Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto Group.
And here it is. On the ground is Zobrist. Cubs win! Cubs win 2-1 the final in 13.
Just about 12 hours after a marathon W at Miller Park, the Cubs look to make it 2 of 3 over the Brewers as the two teams wrap up their 3-game series. Jason Hamill to the mound for the Northsiders. First pitch comes your way at 12:40 right here on Comcast Sports Net. Hello, welcome to Cubs Pregame Live presented by the Fields Auto Group. He's Todd Hollandsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Okay, Joe Madden used all his position players, everybody in the bullpen last night to get the 2-1 victory. It just shows how important every win is in the league. And in looking at it, it sounded like, from talking to some people with the Cubs this morning, that Joe said, you know what? I'm pulling Ramirez. I'm going to Richard. I like the matchup better. And if it doesn't work out, I got to pitch a position player. It is what it is.
Well, you play and you live for the moment. I mean, that's Joe. Joe's been that since the day he arrived in Chicago. So let's give him credit for it. Why not? I mean, this is what this team is all about, right? All hands on deck all the time. It's the way they play. It's what they buy into. That's why when you end up in that situation, Cappy, you're not surprised by it. You actually start to expect it. Try to win the moment. It's everything that they preach. They talk about winning the day. They talk about winning the moment and winning the pitch. Why would anything be different at the end of the ball game? Send your best matchup out there. Try to get the out. Move on. If it doesn't work, see what David Ross can do. Actually, we couldn't use David Ross. Maybe we'd have to use Addison Russell on the mound.
Yeah, he'd come in and pitch. All right, as a player, how did you prepare for a game like today? Short turnaround, getaway day, 5-hour marathon the night before. Because as a fan, I just get up, get my breakfast, and get ready to watch again.
Well, you drink a lot of coffee is what you do. You got to get yourself ready for this ball game, and not a lot of activity time. Again, this is something where you walk into today, you don't need 50 rounds of batting practice. You don't need 100 swings. You played a late one last night. It was a nice win, but you got to go out there and win a series today. So the focus really does just get right to the game. You get back to your hotel at night, get things wrapped up. You get up early. It's going to be a ball game, long day. But again, you prepare yourself with as little physical activity and a lot of coffee.
All right, it's almost time to get interactive with our show. Get your mobile, laptop, or tablet ready and head to csnchicago.com/vote. In just a few minutes, we'll bring you our live fan vote. All right, let's look back at last night's game in the bottom of the 12th. The Brewers load the bases with nobody out. Travis Wood gets the Cubs out of a jam. Joe Madden comes out, meets. They all clap hands like a football team, and let's go.
Break. Yeah, I love to see it. You know what? This really does define the guts of this team. There's been multiple times this year. We talked about it in John Lester getting out of bases loaded, no-out jams. Guys make pitches. It's interesting. You think there'd be more pressure on the mound, but I watch these situations, and I think there's more pressure on the hitter. The expectation with these situations, when Joe goes out there, he rallies the guys.
All right, Joe told Travis Wood the reward for getting out of the inning would be you'll get to bat. And in the 13th, with the bases loaded, the reliever drew the walk, forcing the game-winning run. Here he is at the plate. What is your approach as a hitter at that point?
Well, I think it's very interesting. As a hitter, you're looking to square up a baseball. We watch how the at-bat broke itself down. I go back to the first swing at the at-bat. I really do believe that Torres was put on point after the first hack that Travis Wood took. He came out of his shoes. Now, here's the situation. I can tell you what the chatter in the dugout was all about. It was like, come on, Travis, man. Just a nice, easy swing right here, man. All we need is a line drive. All we need is a little bit of love. A base hit will do the job. What does Travis do? He gets his elbow pad on. He puts his batting gloves on. He gets up there with his half-open stance and his hands above his head. Torres chases him, rushes him with a cut fastball, first pitch, and he comes out of his shoes. I mean, the first rule of hitting is all we need is a run. We don't need a grand slam. And what's Travis do? He came out of his shoes. But I'm telling you, it put Torres on point. He was like, Lord have mercy, this guy can swing the bat. He's coming at me right now. And next thing you know, he throws 4 wide ones. That's the only way I could explain it.
All right, let's send it out to the third member of our team. As always, it's Kelly Crow. She joins us live from Milwaukee with our Coors Light game report. Kelly?
Well, first of all, Cap, Travis Wood had said he's always wanted to be in the position where he could have hit a walk-off home run. Now, he knows of course he wasn't at Wrigley Field, but he said that was just about as good as it could have gotten last night. But overlooked in this 13-inning marathon in a way was how great John Lackey was last night, and David Ross behind the plate. I mean, he put on a defensive clinic, basically single-handedly in a way, kept this game close by throwing out 4 Brewers, whether it was rundowns, pickoffs, he was doing it all, and he said a lot of this goes back to what he worked on during spring training this offseason.
I've been a good thrower pretty much my entire year. I've actually had some down years here as of late, and that was kind of one of those things that, you know, another sign it's time to go home, because I thought my skills were diminishing. But no, it's nice. I mean, I work hard in the off season and everything, and some years are better than others, and some months are better than others. I put an emphasis on throwing the spring training a little more than in years past, because it hadn't been something I've had to work on too much. And with all the things that John has to go through and make sure he's locked in, I try to help out as best I can and make sure that I'm as consistent as I should be.
Well, David Ross going to get the day off after that effort last night, and it'll be Jason Hamill on the bump, looking to keep the momentum rolling today. Despite the late night, he watched it to that final out, and afterwards tweeting, heck yes, everybody, no, seriously, everybody pitching in on that W. A big team win last night, it certainly was. Hamill looking to go 6-0 this afternoon. Perfect conditions here at Miller Park with the roof open for the righty, and his big picture focus is still on the complete season of success with no drop-off.
The outlook is, yes, whole season, like you said, but I think I've done a better job this year so far of going game to game, pitch by pitch, you know, those cliches, but really taking it to another step, another level with the focus in game, and making sure execution-wise that each pitch is what I want to do with it. And, you know, in this game, we're always learning. If we think we know it all, you know, then we probably shouldn't be in the game anymore, because we're taking things for granted. So obviously, I'm excited with all the work that was put in. So far, good start, but you know, just trying to stay that consistent mindset and continue to come out and compete every pitch.
It'll be Miguel Montero behind the plate today with Jason Hamill, guys. And I can tell you from being in the clubhouse this morning, a terrific vibe, lots of energy. As Joe Madden said, you get a victory like that last night, and it just provides the energy. This morning, these guys are ready to take 2 out of 3 before heading to San Francisco. I can tell you that much.
All right, Kelly, thanks very much. We'll see your game reports, and then we'll catch you after the ball game as well. Time for our Cubs fan poll. To vote, visit csnchicago.com/vote. You do not need a special app. Just visit that website, get interactive with Holly and with me. Today's question: which of these position players who were still in the game in the 13th inning last night would be the best emergency pitcher? Javier Baez, Chris Bryant, Addison Russell, Ben Zobrist. Go to csnchicago.com/vote. How do you vote?
Well, I'm torn right now. I think I'm between Baez and Russell. I'm going arm strength here. Both have it. We've seen it on the left side of the diamond. Since I want to keep Russell in the position, and I think that Baez, you know, we've watched him move around the field already, I'd probably go Baez.
Yeah, that's exactly where. First of all, it scares me that a guy could get hurt pitching.
Well, it does, right? And you don't want to move Russell off of what he has done already. I mean, he's your starting shortstop. You hope he's your starting shortstop for the next 10 years. But that being said, this isn't in disrespectful to Baez in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
But he's got that maybe effectively wild element to his side that I kind of like.
I have another vote, but he's not one of the choices that we were presented by a great chef. Tim Fedorowicz.
Really?
Had he already played in the game?
He did. He pinch hit.
Oh, so he was already out, so I couldn't use him.
Sorry.
That's why he's not in there, you goof. That's what I'm being told.
Well, I can't help you there.
Anyway, did you ever pitch?
I did not. I begged and pleaded, but no.
True story for everybody at home. He retires. I get him to come out and play in the 35 and over men's senior baseball league that I was in with Tommy Waddle. We let him pitch. I'm not kidding. He struck out 15 guys. He hit a home run, and he walked 11.
Easily. I went and threw about 180 pitches that day and to have rotator cuff surgery at the end of the game.
Pretty funny stuff. Well, you've been in games where I think David Ross's first home run's off of Mark Grace.
Right.
Did you ever face a position player?
I did. I don't remember specifically doing it, but I do know that. As a matter of fact, I can think of one time. I know I did it more than once. Matt Franco, I faced him with the Mets. There's a few guys that I have, and I think I had some success because I tell you, I think you get in that position where you beat yourself up if you didn't come through. It seems pretty obvious, like there's no way that this guy's supposed to get me out. Interesting, you watched position players pitch this year. And I think, generally speaking, they've actually had some pretty good success. I can't remember what ball game it was. It was in the American League East that somebody had to step on the mound. I think it actually went in inning plus and picked up a couple strikeouts.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Speaking of Ross, how about his defense yesterday? Threw out 3 runners trying to steal and picked off another at second base. 3 of the 4 putouts ended innings.
Great to talk about David Ross. I had a very, very enjoyable conversation with him this morning at MLB Network, and I'm telling you, it's the anticipation of making these plays that makes you great defensively, and that's what David Ross does so well. We've watched this over the last few seasons. It started with picking runners off at first base. When you know you can impact the team and impact the game. Listen, we've talked about it. The Cubs' offense has struggled the first couple games of the series. Every run matters right now. He's finding ways to get outs, to get his guys out of jams, and he has been huge doing it. But let me say this, and he's expressed it to me this way, and I used to think about it in the outfield myself. It's that pre-pitch preparation that you put yourself in. If I have an opportunity to pick this guy off or go at that guy, or if he gets too big a lead, he is paying attention to the details and setting that up before it happens. This stuff is not spontaneous, people. It is pre-game preparation. He thinks these things through. Now, the moments happen, but he's ready for them.
All right, let's take a look at today's pitching matchup. It's all brought to you by Bona, the original Italian beef. That sounds good for lunch. And it will be Jason Hamill getting the start for the Cubs. He goes up against Junior Guerra, who is 2-0 with an ERA of 4. Hamill looking to improve his record to 6-0. ERA 177 is 5th best in all of Major League Baseball, and he's been outstanding in his career against the Brewers.
Most definitely, 8-0. 11 starts, that's pretty outstanding. I almost didn't even want to mention it. 237 ERA, those 11 starts. 1-6, 6 starts at Miller Park. You'd like to know that as well. So he's had a ton of success. One thing you also want to know is that the Cubs have played very well behind him. Offensively, they've been good. You're going to see very much the mix, the same mix. I talked about this with the Brewers. Some young hitters. No Braun in the lineup today. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I'm going to mention it now because it's how you attack these guys. Scooter Gennett's got some numbers against him, but again, I feel like this is a lineup he can really go at as long as he uses both sides of the plate with that fastball and mixes in that good breaking ball. Keep these guys off balance. They do kind of patternize. If you kind of get into a pattern, these guys will make some adjustments, but if you can keep them off balance, kind of been watching the Brewers do it against the Cubs. If you can keep them off balance, you can get good results.
Junior Guerra making his 4th start of the year. Last time out against the Padres, he picked up a victory throwing 2 innings of shutout ball. Opponents are hitting 206 against the Milwaukee righty. He's a hard thrower, and he wants you to chase.
Yeah, he definitely wants you to chase. That's absolutely going to be one of the keys against it today. But Guerra, that's what he is. You're going to see a lot of action down in the zone. When you pick up the baseball, it's from there on down. He's got a good fastball. You're going to see some velocity from him. You're going to see a split finger and a slider to go along with it. But most of the action that you'll see will be down in the zone. He's not a big, huge strikeout guy. Contact is typically down. That's what you need to know. He's only given up 1 home run on the season. So it's going to be a challenge. He's coming off his best start of his career. And, he's going to bring that to the table today against obviously the Cubs. So try to get the ball up, keep the ball in the zone. That's what will actually be tested. Will the Cubs expand their strike zone, or can they get him out over the plate?
All right, time for our first break at Cubs pregame live presented by the Fields Auto Group. When we come back, we'll look back at the lineups for both squads. And hopefully, Cubs offense will have more success against Guerra than they have in the last 3 games when they've struggled against opponents starting pitching.
Cubs pregame live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com. Oh, turned up my jam. Turn it, crank it, pump it. I'm feeling woke. Oh, tell me I don't feel lit. Girls love the auto-tune. There it is. found our chill.
Close enough.
Try the Daily Double from McDonald's. It's piled high with crisp lettuce and a juicy slice of tomato. And for only $2.19, it's a handful for less than a pocketful.
Girl, bye.
I am never getting married. Never. Guaranteed.
You picked a beautiful ring.
Thank you. We're never having kids.
Breathe. I love it here.
We are never moving to the suburbs. We are never getting one of those. We're never having another kid.
I'm pregnant.
I'm never letting go.
For all the nevers in life, State Farm is there.
We built this thingy. We built this thingy on tech that's old. We built this thingy. But we built.
Yeah, Xfinity built this newer thingy that lets me search with my voice.
We're good.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Find shows faster with the X1 voice remote, only from Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
For small business owners, there's never enough time in the day. Carly goes from cooking for 3 people to catering for 300. Basically, we're her back office. Whether it's having flyers available at her venues, banners, posters, we'll be here to help tell her story. And she knows that. Carly knows that.
From printing to packing, shipping to marketing, together, there's nothing we can't solve. Go to a UPS store today to see how.
Wrigley Field North open for business. Roof is open. Cubs and Brewers wrap up a 3-game set today. These two teams don't meet again till late July back in Milwaukee. All right, time for the ATI Physical Therapy Injury Report. Good news regarding Matt Caesar, beginning a rehab stint at AA Tennessee, close to being ready to return to the big league club after being sidelined with a hamstring strain. And newly signed reliever Joe Nathan on the 60-day DL as he works his way back from a second Tommy John surgery. Welcome back to Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. That's Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Time for Comcast Business. Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. All season long, we've been talking about how patient the Cubs have been at the plate. Before Sunday, no pitcher had gone more than 7 innings against the Cubs. But in the last 3 games, Garrett Cole threw 7 shutout. Chase Anderson took a no-hitter into the 8th. Jimmy Nelson, 7 1/3 shutout innings last night. Comcast Business, built for business. Holly, cause for concern or just something every team goes through?
Every team goes through this. This is a 162-game season, people. You knew there was going to be some point. Listen, what you need to watch for is that the Cubs are getting pitched backwards. Outside of the Garrett Cole start, because he's a little bit different than the other two, because he leads with the fastball all the time. And always has, and he's got an elite one. But the point is this, what we've seen in this Brewers series, and you've seen it from the relievers, which tells you it was planned from the beginning. This wasn't just the starters. You're seeing this from their bullpen guys as well. They are factoring in not only the big curveball, but as many secondary pitches as they can. Now, credit to the Milwaukee Brewers. They're throwing strikes, but they're getting ahead with off-speed pitches, challenging only when need be with the fastball in the strike zone, and that's what they've been working off of. Look at all these pitches. They're all secondary pitches. I mean, every one of these. That was a fastball right there, but that was the first pitch fastball, one of the few times you actually saw it. And it's actually what's promoted the aggressiveness from the Cubs hitters. They're just getting fewer fastballs to hit right now and actually being challenged with more secondary stuff.
All right, let's look at the Cubs lineup. It's brought to you by the great people at Wrigleyville Sports. Fowler in center field, Hayward in right, Bryant's back at third, Rizzo at first, Zobrist at second, Soler gets the start in left, Russell at short, Montero's catching, and Jason Hamill will get the ball for Joe Madden's club.
Yeah, Dexter Fowler continues to set it up. Let's see if he can do it again today. Really, for me, the key is getting that offense rolling early, sending a little different vibe through the dugout, because honestly, we've only led 1 inning of what do we got? What's 13 and 9, and let's carry the 2, right? 22 innings. We've only had 1 lead in these 22 innings up in Milwaukee. This is a place that we torched last year. Cubs have had great feeling playing up in Milwaukee, and at the same time hit for a lot of power. We have not seen that yet, other than the last night, the 2 home runs.
All right, after getting off to a real slow start at the plate, as he always does, Jason Hayward on a 9-game hit streak. Over that stretch, right fielder is 12 for 38. You were talking yesterday in the newsroom about where his hand positioning is,
right.
And people at Wrigley are telling me it looks like his timing is getting better.
Well, it is. Here's the thing. Jason Hayward, let's be honest. Let's say what we really, feel. He's done a good job. If this is him going through struggles, you should be really encouraged because you know that when he gets to the end of this, it's going to be really, really fun to watch because he's had a manageable on-base percentage. He's taken his walks. He runs the bases. He's the best base runner on this team. He plays tremendous defense. He really hasn't hit it all this year. Let's be honest with ourselves. Outside of a few big ball games, he's had his issues and his struggles. But with that being said, and as a hitter, I've gone through this myself, you work through the mechanics of kind of rebuilding your swing or starting to make some adjustments because of struggles. It's going to take a little bit of time. We would all love to snap our fingers and say, hey, listen, we're right where we need to be. The line drives are coming and so are the results, but that's not usually how it goes. It's a period of time. You have to transition. Any kind of significant swing change or hand change takes a little bit of time to get used to, and I think that's really what he's going through right now. Once that confidence starts, though, watch out. I think he's going to be really good. I do like him in the 2 spot in the lineup. I've been asked that question a little bit around today. Should we move him down? Would that take some pressure off him? I think he really is in a good spot because he's got really good, talented hitters around him, and he's still getting on base at a pretty decent clip.
All right, as good as Hayward's streak is, how about Ben Zobrist? He has reached safely in 24 straight games. That's 3 more hits than last night. This guy has just been a stud.
Absolute clinic, Cap. That's the best way to describe it. This is a hitting clinic from both sides of the plate. Watch his game. Maybe if you watch it totally, like over the last, we've seen power, we've seen base hit. I mean, whatever you're doing, he's counteracting it. If you pitch me away, I'm going to take you away. I mean, you saw it there. It's like even the base hit down, they played him over. Thought he was going to go to pull side right there. And you saw the base hit through the hole on the left side. I mean, I'm like, he is a step ahead of the game right now. There are a few moments you can look back, my career, 12-year career, I maybe had 2 of these moments where I got so locked in for a couple weeks that I felt like I was a step ahead. Whatever you're thinking, I'm thinking right along with you. Zobrist is in that zone right now. The results have been incredible. He's putting together great at-bats. He's taking his walks when need be, and when they're not going to pitch to him, and when they do to pitch to him, he's ready for his pitch. You're not getting away with it. He's not fouling him off.
All right, here is the Brewers lineup. And this is an interesting one with VR, who I like a lot. That kid's a stud up at the top.
Base.
Alex Presley, Scooter Gennett, Chris Carter, Kirk Neuenhuis, Domingo Santana, Hernan Perez, Martin Maldonado, and the pitcher is Junior Guerra.
Yeah, well, we've talked about it in regards to Jason Hamill and how he's going to go at these guys again today. VR, he gets on base. He is definitely a guy who's been getting on base at a pretty
disruptor.
Good clip. Yeah, he can do that. He certainly puts together good quality at bats. Carter's the big power source that you got to be careful. You don't want to make mistakes, but you can pitch to him. He will expand his strike zone. I'm sure Jason Hamill knows that as well. Scooter Gennett, as I said, 5 for 16 in his career against Jason Hamill. He's the one guy that you watch out for from history.
All right, we have to take another time out as we get you set. The Cubs and the Brewers right here at Comcast Sports Net. Before we turn it over to Len and JD, Holly will give us his always award-winning keys to the game. We'll both pick our key performers for this afternoon's contest.
Oh, turned up my jam. I'm feeling woke. Oh, found our chill.
Close enough.
Try the deliciously juicy Daily Double, now only $2.19 at McDonald's.
This Cubs injury report is brought to you by ATI Physical Therapy, taking physical therapy to a higher level. Ask your doctor about ATI Physical Therapy. Get there.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields Matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com.
It's the mesmerizing McGriddles. Try your choice of bacon, egg, and cheese, sausage, or sausage, egg, and cheese with a small McCafe coffee and hash browns for just $4 at McDonald's.
the Chevy Memorial Day sale. Time to get the crossover that's right for you. Trax, Equinox, or Traverse.
It's very impressive.
It's awesome.
This is incredible.
It'll be a good road trip car. The Wi-Fi is cool.
It's fancy.
I love it.
Get more than you expect for less than you imagine during the Chevy Memorial Day sale.
Qualified lessees can get this Chevy Equinox LT for around $189 a month.
My gosh, I need this car.
Any questions?
Yo, elbow patches. Why you gotta complicate things? Uncle Richie's math is simple. Dodge Durango RT has heavy V8 power, generating 360 horses for the driver, 2 Blu-ray screens for the kids. And Dodge Journey's 8.4-inch touchscreen, biggest in its class.
Class dismissed. Get you some of that.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan.
All right, time for our Fields Auto Group keys to the game, and take it away, Todd.
All right, we're going to go a little history lesson here. Last 4 games, when Jason Hamill has been on the mound, Cubs have averaged 10 runs. It's been fun to watch. I know I don't like to connect it this way, but because the Cubs offense has been struggling, the last few games, and certainly here in Milwaukee where they traditionally hit for a lot of power, I thought it would be a good time to kind of throw it out there and maybe those good vibes like, well, when Jason pitches, we score 10 runs in the ball game. I kind of like it. That's the vibe. There's nothing more specific to it than that. I just think it's important to mention. He's been out there. We've gotten good results. Obviously, we know Jason's been throwing the ball very, very well, but the offense has been good behind him. Out of the zone. That's going to be the test today. Now, we talked about Guerra, his pitches, and what he does to get good results. For him to be effective today, you need to see that. That's what he's looking for. He wants swings outside the strike zone. Now, Cubs fans, what do we know about our Cubs hitters? They are some of the best in the business at not doing that. So that's really going to be your number one key today, is to see what Cubs offense does against somebody who looks and needs to get those swings and misses outside the strike zone. Will the Cubs put together those disciplined at-bats, maybe work a couple walks and see what they can't build on? And early offense, really just playing off of the kind of the vibe that we've been chasing an awful lot. Yeah, the Cubs picked up a win yesterday, and it was a huge win. David Ross told me it was one of the biggest wins of the season yesterday. So for me, I got to be honest. Let's get a little early offense going here and see if Jason Hamill doesn't settle in.
All right, time to pick our key performers. You have an 11-5 lead so far this season. You get to go first.
I'm going to go Dexter Fowler. He's putting together quality at-bats. I think it's going to be challenged today with Guerra on the mound. I think that he might pick up a couple walks, maybe a dinger. I'm going to call it Jack today.
All right, I am going to go with Chris Bryant. I think he takes at least 1 out of the ballpark, maybe 2.
2?
He has a big day today.
Wow.
And the crew says they are going with David Ross in a pinch hitting role today to come off the bench and be very...
Sounds good. He's trying to get to the All-Star game.
All right, there you go. Thank you for watching Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. We will see you after the ball game.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
Hey, I fix my heart and my broken bones. If I can't stand up on my own, don't make me stand alone. Lift me up so I can see the light. When the sun goes down, I will lay in your arms tonight. Don't be afraid, your heart's been repaid.
All the other guys are talking about these days is how good their coverage is. But only one network is giving you more than just great coverage. T-Mobile. Only T-Mobile lets you stream video and music for free. Not only that, but we've doubled our LTE coverage in the last year. That's right. Our coverage now stacks up with anybody, including Verizon and AT&T. So now you can get rid of the other guys and get great coverage from T-Mobile. We got you covered, and we won't stop.
I could get used to this.
I could get used to this.
The luxuriously transformed 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid.
I could get used to this.
Once you experience this level of luxury,
I could get used to this.
there's no going back. Lease the 2016 ES 350 for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Get your home in shape for summer with great Memorial Day savings now at Lowe's. Like $10 to $40 off select stains, sealants, and resurfacers via rebate. Plus, get up to 30% off select major appliances, $396 or more. Hurry in today to make your home happy at Lowe's.
Late last night after 11 p.m., Joe Madden decided to conduct a strategic meeting on the mound. And then less than an hour after that, the Cubs were celebrating an unlikely extra innings victory. And about 12 hours later, we are set for Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago, presented by State Farm. Rubber match today. Roof is open. It's the Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers here on CSN. Hope you slept fast last night. Along with Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs with a big-time escape job in the 12th, and they won it in the 13th.
Yeah, just a wacky, crazy ball game, and one that the Cubs improbably were able to pull off. We'll head to the 12th inning. There's the former quarterback, Joe Madden, calling the huddle. Breaks the huddle. He's going to do a little zone blitz, and he goes to the five-man infield. Chris Bryant comes in from the outfield. Javi Baez over there at first base. Of course, you got a fly ball pitcher on the mound, and Travis Wood. And these Brewer hitters are thinking, we just got to find a way to get this ball airborne. Well, they got it airborne, but they didn't hit it very far. This was their best chance with the bases loaded and nobody out. They decide not to send Chris Carter for third base. Understandable. The catch was just the first out.
So then Bryant and Baez literally swapped gloves. So much fun. And then Wood, bases loaded, gets Aaron Hill on an infield pop out. This is all with the bases loaded.
And I think the Brewer hitters, because of the five-man infield, maybe accentuating, trying to lift the ball a little bit, and that's not going to play to their favor. Another lazy pop-up. And for good measure, one more time, it's Martin Maldonado, a little weak pop behind the mound, and Travis Wood pulls the rabbit out of his hat.
And then Ben Zobrist just doing what he does every night. That's getting on base. And remember, the Cubs were without a position player left. They ultimately used all of their bullpen. Travis Wood had to hit, and he came up big.
Yeah, that swing right there, that I mean business swing, I think got Carlos Torres' attention. He got a little gun shy, didn't throw the ball over the plate. Wood gets the RBI, a bases loaded, free pass.
So we saw Neil Ramirez, we saw Clayton Richard late. I would imagine everybody just probably available again today. Really not sitting anybody out of the lineup as the Cubs go for the series win. It'll be Jason Hamill today on the mound.
Jason Hamill's had a lot of success against the Brewers in his career. This is the second best record for any active pitcher against one club. The first best record is Jason Hamill against the Washington Nationals. He's 9-0 against that club. If you face just those two teams, he'd be on his way to the Hall of Fame.
And a pretty neat story. Right-hander Junior Guerra, a journeyman, will start for Milwaukee. Jason Hamill against the Milwaukee Brewers coming up from Milwaukee.
Our first kid. It's time for a new car.
A new safe car.
Exactly.
Well, the Camry's really safe. 10 airbags. You could even get one with a blind spot monitor.
I don't know if we need all that.
It's okay.
Really?
It's good to have safe things.
Maybe we should get it.
Yeah, you never know.
For a limited time, lease a new 2016 Camry with zero due at signing, zero deposit, zero down, and zero first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 72 months on Camry.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Toyota, let's go places.
And here we go, folks.
It's your favorite hot dog bun, mustard, and overpriced watered-down beer.
Are you sure you want to eat all that? Because you already weigh more than your team's batting average.
Let's just toast to our anniversary. Oh, no, it's corked.
Let's just watch the game. I tweeted all of your friends to come over, but I guess no one showed up, just like at Mobile Phone Park.
That's okay. I invited one of your friends, too.
There's a long drive, and it's out of here.
Give a real anniversary gift this year. Escape to the Champagne Lodge in Willowbrook, just 25 minutes southwest of Chicago.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields Matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan, back in our downtown Chicago studios along the river. We'll get you back to Milwaukee for first pitch in a little bit. Last night, the 12th inning, the Brewers load the bases with nobody out. But the Cubs wiggle out of it thanks to Travis Wood and some unique defensive shifting. Chris Bryant moved from outfield to third to first, back to the outfield. Players enjoyed the unique situation.
All I can do about it is just laugh and play it. I don't have a problem. You know, obviously it feels like when you play Little League that you keep moving around, but you know, we just try to have fun and win games.
Using each other's gloves, throwing gloves back and forth. I mean, should have thrown a glove down for the base or whatever, you know. But yeah, it was exactly like Little League, and we got out of that inning. It was huge, so just icing on the cake there.
Another unique play on the south side last night. Top of the 8th inning between the Sox and the Astros, and the White Sox get George Springer to hit into a 5-4-3 triple play. It's the second time this season Sox have turned a triple play. First time the team has done that since 2006. Not enough, though. Astros win 5-3. Same two teams tonight at 7 right here on CSN. Chris Sale looks to go to 9-0. That's going to do it from our downtown Chicago studios. Cubs baseball's next. See you on the postgame show.
What if you didn't have a car payment this summer? Would you go on a relaxing getaway or an exciting summer adventure? Well, the Summers on Us sales event from Kia is back with 0 payments due for 5 months, including your first 2 months on us. Plus, get 0% financing on the one-of-a-kind Soul, the high-tech Forte hatchback and sedan, or the stylish Optima and Optima Hybrid. And spend your savings having more summer fun. Hurry into your Kia dealer today for the Summers on Us sales event.
Go take the trail less traveled and save on great gear at Bass Pro Shop's Go Outdoors event and sale with great deals on gear for camping, hiking, and paddle sports. Plus, this weekend, kids' crafts, photos, and fishing, all for free.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's why our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
Baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Downtown Milwaukee. We're just west of downtown here at Miller Park. And a nice crowd gathering. Sun is shining, roof is open. Cubs and Brewers. A lot of coffee ingested this morning. We're ready.
Maybe a cup of coffee and a couple of sinkers, and we're good to go. Chocolate covered, preferably.
Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Chris Davis. What a stretch he's in. The former Brewer, third player to hit 4 homers, including a walk-off grand slam over a 2-game span. Bryce Harper continues to take his walks. Johnny Cueto, as the Giants won their 7th in a row last night, finished off the Padres. The White Sox have turned 2 triple plays. Their lead down to 2.5 over the Cleveland Indians in the American League Central. White Sox have lost 4 straight. Tribe has won 3 in a row. The Cubs have a 7.5 game lead over second place Pittsburgh in the National League Central. Junior Guerra taking the mound. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just going to say the hottest team in baseball is the San Francisco Giants.
Yep.
They've won 7 in a row, and that's where we're heading after this ball game this afternoon.
Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup, and yeah, the regulars are in there. Fowler, Hayward, and Bryant. Got some interesting defensive notes on Bryant in that 12th inning last night. More on that later. Rizzo, Zobrist, Soler, Russell, Montero, and Hamill rounded out.
Our council has his fellows deployed thusly this afternoon. Presley, Neuenhuis, Flores, Domingo Santana was just scratched just moments ago, so Flores gets a start in right field, his 3rd out there. Villar and Jeanette, spectacular double play turned in the ball game yesterday. They're up the middle. Perez 3rd, Carter 1st. Martin Maldonado will spell Jonathan Lucroy today. And Alexis pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Brewers is a 31-year-old Junior Guerra. He's made 3 starts. He's 2-0, has an ERA of 4. This dude has been everywhere. He's pitched in Mexico, Italy, independent ball, 2 or 3 different minor league organizations. He spent a little time with the White Sox last year, but got his first big league win in his first start back on May 3rd. So better late than never for Junior Guerra. Fastball, split finger, and a slider.
Umpires. That's Larry Vanover, the crew chief. Alfonso Marquez at first, Chris Guccione at second, and David Rackley over at third. I would assume Rackley slept pretty well since he was a home plate umpire for over 400 pitches last time.
I would not have blamed him if he didn't show up today. But he's a gamer.
Leadoff man presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. If Dexter Fowler gets a hit, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository. All smiles in the Cubs clubhouse this morning. Everybody still talking about that wild game last night. I asked Clayton Richard if he had a save previously in his life. He said, I don't remember. Even going back to his college days. He didn't have one in the minors, and he got one last night. So we're underway. Fastball misses low and in on Fowler. Beautiful 70 degrees. High deep drive right field, way back. It will go. 2 pitches in, 1-0 Cubs.
Something that was sorely lacking in the ballgame last night. Damage. Just a couple of doubles for each club. Everything else singles. And Dexter Fowler saying hello to Junior Guerra, the first batter he's ever faced in a Cub uniform. Takes him deep.
Ford home run replay number 4 for Dexter, and Greater Chicagoland Food Depository benefiting via Binny's Beverage Depot. I've said that a lot here in these first 2 months, courtesy of Dexter Fowler. So the Cubs score before the 9th for the first time in the series. The 15th career leadoff home run for Fowler. One on Hayward.
I think that was a splitter. It was up in the zone a little bit. We were talking to John Maley before the game. Maley said his splitter will kind of fade both ways. You're going to have to run both directions, the east and west.
2 on Jason, who has a 9-game hitting streak. Fastball is too high. You mentioned Guerra, well traveled. He was a converted catcher from San Felix, Venezuela, signed with the Braves as a catcher 2001. Well traveled. Splitter, and he strikes out Hayward.
So in the Cubs dugout, we'll be paying attention to that. It's a good put-away pitch apparently for Guerra. Hard splitter, good diving action. Yeah, he could write a pretty good travel log, couldn't he? Honolulu, he's played in Brooklyn, he's played in Italy, Mexico. Went to winter ball in Venezuela, his home country.
Swing and a miss. Chris Bryant. So Chris was in left. He came in as part of a 5-man infield, basically played third, but not credited with playing third because of the 5-man infield. But when he swapped mitts with Javier Baez, if you wear a first baseman's glove, you have to be considered a first baseman. So he went from left to first to left in that 12th inning. Baez, even though he stayed on the infield, JD, he had to go to left in terms of the score.
Listed as a left fielder, yeah.
Yes.
He was a left fielder that was positioned in the infield.
So he never left the infield, but technically he did for scoring purposes. It gets a little muddled.
See the breakdown, relies on that split finger more than the breaking pitch. He's got a good arm. He topped out at 95.
Ground ball left side. VR the shortstop for out number 2. Welcome those viewers watching us on the MLB Network today and Rogers Sportsnet in Canada. Speaking of which, I've got to find Don Cherry on the coach's corner. I'm sure he talked about the Bautista Odor fight the other night. Don Cherry's a big Blue Jays fan, and
I'm sure he did. Yeah,
I'm sure he had some thoughts on that tussle.
I'm sure there was some kind of an analysis comparing it to a hockey fight.
Well, yeah, and I bet you he took the Blue Jays side.
Pretty good chance.
The 0-1 to Rizzo. Look out.
A little elevated heat up and in. That's an attention getter early in the morning. That'll accelerate the caffeine. They've been throwing him a lot of breaking balls down under the hands. As we said, Guerra, from what we've seen and what we've heard and read, he likes to go to that split finger pitch, so that may be the go-to pitch for him. Cubs not as patient over the last couple of weeks as they normally are. That walk rate has been coming down a little bit. Be a good idea to force this guy to throw some pitches early just to get a read of how he goes about his business out there.
Three and 1. Rizzo 0 for his last 10. It's the National League with 34 RBIs. Ball 4. Will bring up Ben Zobrist. 3 for 5, a walk, a steal, the game-winning run last night. Don Cherry quoted. Well, this is the gutless part about the whole thing. Last game of the series, Bautista's last time up, and they bring this guy up from the minors and he hits him. If you had any guts at all, you would have done it the first time in the first at-bats. Pitch is at the knees for a strike.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the drilling somebody protocol exactly is. Teams haven't had a lot of success since the brawl. It's a bad karma working.
Neither team has won. Grapes also said it was one of the greatest punches he's ever seen. Bautista did not go down. It was also impressive. See, the thing in hockey is, it doesn't matter if you win the fight, that you do it, that you engage. That's all that matters in that sport. Foul tip.
I would think, you know, the guys, every now and then they get in some pretty good looks in those hockey fights. But a lot of times, you know, the jersey's up over the head, the head's down, there's some haymakers over the top to the back of, you know, there's that kind of noogie thing going on. I mean, that's straight right to the jaw. You don't see that very often.
No, you don't. Fowler with a leadoff homer. Runner at first, now 2 outs, and a 2-2 count on Zobrist.
It seems to me there'd be issues too on skates, on ice. Probably not quite as much behind that punch as you would get on.
There's some balance involved.
Yeah.
Presley makes the catch on the second pitch of the ball game. Dexter Fowler making a home run to right. So Jason Hamill will have a 1-0 lead as he takes the mound.
Why is Hyundai calling its Memorial Day sales event better than ever? Because better than everyone would just be rubbing it in. And right now, Hyundai is making 2016 better than ever with no monthly payments for 6 months.
Thank you.
Imagine if the things you bought every day earned you miles to get to the places you really want to go. With the United Mileage Plus Explorer card, you'll get a free checked bag, 2 United Club passes, priority boarding, and 30,000 bonus miles. Everything you need for an unforgettable vacation. The United Mileage Plus Explorer card. Imagine where it'll take you.
Tools are only as good as the hands behind them. That's true on the mound and at Firestone Complete Auto Care. To keep your car running newer, longer, you can trust the ASE certified technicians at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Jack Links presents Hangry Hacks. And this, the championship.
I can't believe that. Oh!
How heavy that bag must be. I'll get this.
Feed your wild side.
What's better about Hyundai's Better Than Ever sales event? This, and this. Hurry in today and lease the Tucson for $179 a month or the Santa Fe Sport for $249 a month.
Cubs lead 1-0 here in the rubber match. And let's check out Craig Counsell's Southwest starting lineup, missing 3 guys who play a lot. VR, Presley, and Jeanette 1 through 3. Carter, Neuenhuis, and Perez in the middle. Flores, Maldonado, and Guerra. Notice no Braun, no Lucroy, and no Santana.
Cubs defensively, Soler gets a start in left this afternoon. Fowler, Hayward, center and right. Bryant, Russell, Zobrist, Rizzo, third to first. Montero is the hind catcher this afternoon, and Alexis pursuing perfection. Starting pitcher is Jason Hamill. He's been awfully close to perfect, hasn't he? 5-0 with a 1.77 ERA. That's good for third best in the National League. He's allowed just 1 home run in 40 2/3 innings.
6'6", 225. And the first pitch strike on the switch batting, Jonathan VR.
Hamill, with all that success against his club in his career, 8-0 lifetime, 3-0 last year. Got a watered-down Brewer lineup. As Len mentioned, no Braun, no LaCroix, no Santana, no Hill. Sometimes the days like this sneak up and bite you, though, because that's the nature of baseball.
One and two the count. Line shot. Soler will run it down.
Pretty well struck by Jonathan VR. Going to hang with him. Hamill last time out, the deepest he has gone into a ball game this year, 6 2/3 in a win over the Pirates. He allowed 8 hits, 2 runs, punched out 8, walked a couple. He's changed his game a little bit, throwing more two-seamers this year than last. That's been a real good ground ball pitch for him. He's using his curveball more frequently this year. Still leans heavily on that slider. That's his best pitch.
I like getting that call right there. Wesley, his second straight start for Ryan Braun, dealing with the back issue. Previously it had been a wrist. Braun did play game 1 of this series.
A little adjustment Montero did there. He initially called changeup, and as soon as he called it, he said, wait a minute. Change of heart here. There you see the breakdown. That curveball usage about 6% last year, so he's doubled up on that, and a lot of the fastballs have been two-seamers. Because of that mix, he's getting a lot more outs on the ground this year than last. Probably why he's only allowed the 1 home run. So he has the best home run rate in the league as well. Just 1 long ball at 40, maybe 41 innings now.
Two and two. Get that sunscreen working. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Really got on top of that slider. This looked like a curveball, but 84, 85 miles an hour. That's a slider. Look at the downward action on that pitch.
Scooter Gennett, 2 for 10 with a run scored in the series. Gennett has 11 walks and 98 plate appearances. He walked 12 times and almost 400 trips to the plate last year. And he sends a fly ball into center. Fowler makes the catch, and Hamill goes 1-2-3. 1-0 Cubs after an inning.
Just announced from Ford. 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash. And now for a limited time, get an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash on Focus, Fusion, and Escape. America's best-selling brand with our best offer. 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash and an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash. Supplies are limited, so hurry while selection is best and see your local Ford dealer today.
Get your home in shape for summer with great Memorial Day savings now at Lowe's. Like 4 bags of Stay Green soil for only $10. Plus, get 12-pack annuals, 2 for only $12. Hurry in today to make your home happy at Lowe's.
Now it's in the hands of the bullpen, and out comes Papa John.
It looks like he's taking this official pizza thing pretty seriously.
For just $6.99 each, get 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas.
Papa John's, the official pizza of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis?
She sounds hideous.
Well, she's a guy, so...
Another reason more people stay with State Farm. Get to a better state.
Welcome back to Miller Park. Cubs on top 1-0. This is your Coors Light in-game report. Travis Wood still feeling pretty good about himself this afternoon. Of course, the game-winning pitcher last night, the game-winning RBI. And, you know, he said that was the deal between he and Joe Maddon. If he got out of the jam, he got to swing the bat the next inning, guys. And certainly we know he loves to do that. But he said it really was the epitome of a team win. All 25 guys basically on the roster involved in that win. And it's the kind of victory that can really be a building block moving forward. He said, you know, it's hard to say that we've been in a lull, but we kind of have with our offense, and that kind of grinded out, everybody pulling for one another and staying involved in the game is the kind of victory that can propel you even on into this season. So we'll see how that goes for them this afternoon, guys.
Okay, Kelly, thank you. 1-0 on Jorge Soler, first start on this trip. Playing left and batting 6th. Swing and a miss. I was told it was a tough 3-1 take for Travis. That's a fair ball into the left field corner. Soler on his way to second, and he's got a double.
Guerra started the ball game by allowing a home run to Dexter Fowler. He starts the second by giving up this ringing double to left off the bat of Jorge Soler, who had a pinch hit single in the game last night. He tries to get a little mojo going. Good swing here to get started today.
Nothing on Russell.
Brewers rotation has really struggled this year. Better of late, and got two very good starts in this series from Anderson and Nelson.
Guerra in Taylor Youngman's spot in the rotation. He's back in the minors. I saw this note website. According to Bill James' game score, their 5 best starts have come in their last 6 games.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty miserable. Peralta's got an ERA up over 7. Chase Anderson, despite the good work the other night, still has an ERA in the 5s. Counsell has to be encouraged by what he's seen from his starters here lately. Zach Davies has got a 5.58. It's interesting. They have a lot of guys in their bullpen who profile as potential starters. I don't know what the thinking here is with the Brewers, but you know, Thornburg and some of those guys, you look at their stuff, and I could see that guy in a big league rotation.
Swing and a miss. Will strike 3. That's the thing about the Cubs. You know, you're going to have stretches offensively where you just aren't scoring 5 or 6 a night. But the consistent starting pitching allows you to pull out a 2-1 win, you know, like they did last night. And obviously the bullpen gets a lot of credit for that as well. But you're able to limit your losing streaks when you're starting pitching. Is that good?
Yeah. Run a solid starter out there every single night, you win a lot of ball games. John Lackey was outstanding last night. 7 scoreless from the bullpen.
Reminder, Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Good to have you with us on a beautiful day here in Milwaukee. Roof open, panels open, sun shining. Cubs leading 1-0. Montero takes a strike. Looks like that outside edge and off it. It's a good place to work with Larry Vanover back at the plate today.
Recognize it and exploit it is the key. He's going to give it to you. Why throw it over the plate?
Base hit. Soler to third. Gary Jones says go. Here's the throw. It's cut off. 2-0. Miguel Montero with the RBI single.
And Montero still trying to get back into the flow after coming off the disabled list. A good sign here. He did a lot of good work last season hitting the ball the other way. Plus, he does not have a very strong arm out there in left field. So Gary Jones finds Soler and says, yeah, this is good enough. I can send the big fella home.
If he gets a head of steam going,
yeah,
it's impressive.
Yeah, if you were to rank like the top 10 guys you wouldn't want to block the plate against, I think he'd be on that list.
Now the pitcher Hamill. Foul tip, strike one.
Harper, he could probably put a charge in you. Mike Trout. I'd opt for the sweep tag there.
Yasiel Puig.
Puig, yeah. I might call timeout on Puig. Him coming down the line.
Two strikes on Hamill.
Prince Fielder could deliver a pretty good blow. Don't see that play very often, though.
Not anymore. That'll be a strikeout and a foul bunt attempt.
Now, fans, you don't have to wait until summer to enjoy your Fridays. Kick off the weekends with your favorite team. Tickets are still available for Hot Friday matchups, including May 27th. The Fightin' Phils are in town, and boy, they've been playing great ball. June 3rd, the Diamondbacks are at Wrigley. Get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Todd on Twitter wants to know, bratwurst or Polish at Miller Park? I'm a brat guy myself.
Is he talking about what you eat or what sausage you bet on in the race?
No, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought he was looking for some handicapping.
What you prefer. I mean, everybody has their own taste. I like the brat with the stadium mustard, not the stadium sauce.
I go brat.
Okay. Strike on Fowler. He homered to start the game.
Well, that's just sloppy there.
Double.
That's a little overly aggressive with the condiment, I would say.
Full disclosure, though, I have not yet had a brat. I try to do one per series here.
I tried to get one last night mid-game, and they were empty back there in the press dining room. Very disappointing.
Upstairs, and it's 2-1.
Montero stole a base the other day, and he's out there bouncing around off first base. Carter, the first baseman, just shadowing him there, not really holding him on. Made 3 starts, pitched exactly 6 innings in each of those ball games. First 2 he allowed 4 runs each game, and then 6 scoreless last time against the Padres to pick up his second W.
that as it went in the dirt, and he's going to be thrown out.
Okay. Well, sometimes you got to take a shot.
That will end the inning. Cubs get one. It's 2-0.
Hey, Chicago, when did paying for airfare become so unfair? At Southwest, we believe in transparency. Transparency means we don't dream up ways we can trick you into paying more. It's why we still let 2 bags fly free and don't have change fees. So our low fares stay low. Just the way you like it.
T-Mobile is going big for small business. You'll never get charged data overages, ever. Get your own 24/7 dedicated business account team. And with double the LTE coverage in the last year, you can get more done in more places. Right now, get 2 lines with 10 gigs each for just $100. And for a limited time, get a hotspot free. Yeah, free. Switch your business to T-Mobile at Work today.
Honda knows that efficiency has its advantages. That's why the Honda CR-V can help you get places using less fuel. Gives you a better view of your surroundings. And helps you stay in touch while you're on the road. The CR-V, from KBB.com's best value brand. Nothing compares to a Honda. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer and test drive a Honda today.
Cubs versus Brewers rivalry series is brought to you by Blue Harbor Resort. It's better at the Blue. Book now at BlueHarborResort.com.
Hey, Sunday night, watch fans test their sports trivia knowledge and try to win cash on Beer Money, presented by Coors Light. An all-new episode comes your way this Sunday at 7 on CSN Chicago. Don't miss it. Pardon me, excuse me. 2-0. Carter, Neuenhuis, and Perez against Jason Hamill in the home second. Not a caught stealing, just to put out 2-6 to get Montero.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play there. Ball in the dirt, try to get into scoring position with 2 outs. Time to think on a play like that. You just react. See the ball in the dirt and you go for it.
Carter 1 for 9 in the series. Double 2 RBIs. He has struck out 5 times.
Big human being, this guy, with tremendous power. He had a rocket to right center the other night on a line, the kind of carry you don't see even from most big leaguers.
And he went around. Montero will retrieve it.
Talk about Hamill's success against the Brewers, and he's been awfully good in this park. 5-0 here with a 1.60 ERA.
Neuenhuis digs in. Happy 14th birthday to a big Cub fan here at the ballpark today, rooting on his team, Anthony Carlson. That's a strike. A bachelorette party here too. A woman named Julie. She's going to marry a guy named Mike, and he wanted us to give her a shout out. So I'll have to yell at her out in the bleachers.
Yeah.
So she can hear us on TV. But congrats.
So no, just Mike and Julie.
Mike Kennedy, I guess, but he did not give Julie's last name.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Take it one day at a time. Stay within yourself. Nice on base a bunch in the ball game last night. He doubled and scored their only run, and then walked 3 times in a row after that.
And he lines one the other way. That's the Brewers' first hit. 1-out single here in the second. Perez making his 8th start, all at 30. Can play anywhere in the infield and outfield. That spells Aaron Hill. And outside for ball 1.
So if you're Craig Counsell and you don't have Braun or LaCroix or Hill or Santana in your lineup today, are you more inclined to try to push some buttons to create offense, or play a little hit and run, try to steal a base? I would think so, especially as you get down towards the bottom of the order.
But on top of that, though, you think about Team Hotel here in Milwaukee. A lot of teams stay at the Pfister. Some claim it's haunted. I think second base feels haunted for base runners in this series. But a lot of guys thrown out.
David Ross had a big game yesterday. Threw out a couple of base stealers, picked a couple of guys off base.
Two and one. As he was saying in the clubhouse today, it's a coach's day.
He was in coach mode today?
Well, he was saying, you know, it's a coach day. You got to really pump up the players after late night last night. Could have been Mr. Energy in the clubhouse before the game. Working with Brandon Hyde.
Show and go today. A lot of pregame activity going on. Come to the ballpark. Throw on the uni and go get them. Number 4 was called the ball. Here's number 5. Which is more of the plate on the outside part. And we've seen Vanover a little generous off the plate away to both right and left hand. I think that one was on the plate, however. It's just a quality pitch. A little late with the call, and that's why Perez was on his way down to first base.
Runner goes. Ball 4.
Same pitch.
And the ball gets into center, and that's going to allow Neuenhuis to advance to third. So it'll end up being an error on Montero. You're right.
Yeah, it's a quality pitch. And so Montero's thinking it's a strike, so he goes ahead and finishes and throws that ball on through. Second time in recent games where that's happened, where Ben hasn't been able to knock that one down. At that point, there's no play to be made, so he's chastising himself for not keeping that one in the infield.
Could be an important base gained by the Brewers here. First and third, only one out. Now Ramon Flores, late call to the lineup. Santana scratched, lingering right shoulder soreness, something that had been bothering him earlier this month. That one gets away. Throw to the plate. Late. Neuenhuis in. It's 2-1.
So an error and a wild pitch. Yeah, an error, wild pitch. Neuenhuis works his way around the bases. Cut the lead in half.
That's an impossible pitch to block. Good effort. They almost got him. I didn't think they had a prayer. Tying run now at second as well. And on Perez, and a strike, 1-1. Notable change for Hamill that you can see, especially in the stretch. It really keeps that front shoulder closed to keep from flying open.
Yeah, it's, when he struggles, usually that's what's going on. He's a big guy. Sometimes it's tougher for tall pitchers to repeat their delivery. He's a little sloppy with mechanics. When he struggled at times last year, it was front shoulder leaking, and then he would elevate the fastball and maybe make some mistakes, but he's working really hard to keep that front side closed. You can see as he comes set. He's accentuated that. So that mechanically, along with a little change in terms of how he uses his pitches. As I said, more two-seam fastballs, more curveballs, both of those good ground ball pitches for him.
There's the 1-2 and a fly to right. Hayward's got it. Strong arm and keeps that runner at second.
Well, the Cubs aren't performing on the field, but need your help to get to the All-Star game this July. Help send your Cubs to San Diego. Vote early, vote often, vote now at Cubs.com/votes. You can vote up to 5 times a day and up to 35 times total. It's the right thing to do in a democracy. Vote as often as possible.
5 times a day, 35 times. We'll do the math. So for 1 week, you can vote every day, 5 times. Martin Maldonado, the catcher.
Perez taking a very aggressive lead out there at second base, got Hamill's attention. Jason did the right thing. In the look, step off, reset. Jason Hamill coming right at you.
It bounces to Chris Bryant to end the inning. Brewers get 1. It's 2-1 Cubs after 2.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin with legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Ankin Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-MILLION.
Building our dream house on a hill wasn't the best decision we ever made, but I did get one thing right.
Discover the hill climbing power of the Toro all-wheel drive mower. Toro, count on it.
Any questions?
Yo, elbow patches. Why you gotta complicate things? Uncle Richie's math is simple. Dodge Durango RT has heavy V8 power, generating 360 horses for the driver, 2 Blu-ray screens for the kids. And Dodge Journey's 8.4-inch touchscreen, biggest in its class.
Class dismissed. Get you some of that.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Memorial Day sales event and get $500 bonus cash on 2016 Jeep Cherokee vehicles. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
2-1 ball game as we head to the third. Cubs lead. Cubs fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
That run the Brewers scored was earned. You'd like to keep score with us?
I had it unearned in my world. Walk, steals second, stays there on a fly ball to right.
Well, he
so maybe he goes to third on the wild pitch and then scored on the fly ball to right as you reconstruct the inning. Okay.
Another edge strike on Dexter Fowler.
He's not buying number 2 there.
Guerra to the plate and a foul. Talking a little hockey earlier. John tweets, can JD break down the Penguins PK? I won't make you do that. I don't think I could. We could talk Blackhawks.
Yeah.
Emergency hack that time.
That Ray-Jean Houle could really play. Try to get in there with a heater.
Flores chomping on the gum with the sunglasses on. He makes the catch. To the pitcher. 2 outs and it'll be Chris Bryant.
Looking for his first clean inning of the ball game. Hayward's got a 9-game hitting streak. Hit his first home run of the year here in game 1 of the series. I mentioned Guerra and his travels. Had a couple of years in independent ball for the Wichita Wingnuts. There's a college summer league team, the Savannah Bananas. They may raise to the top of the polls. Yeah,
I like that. 1-1. Relief appearances for the White Sox last year. 3 starts going into this one this year with the Brewers. Long journey. Junior Guerra. Cubs will fly to San Francisco after this game. Weekend series starts tomorrow night. He walked him.
1-2-3 inning for Guerra. We'll have to deal with Rizzo with a man on. Jake Arrieta pitches for the Cubs tomorrow against Jake Peavy. For Jake's Arrieta, his ERA 6 runs better than Peavy. It's been a miserable go for Peavy so far. And then John Lester, Matt Cain on Saturday. Cain has struggled as well with an ERA approaching 6. Sunday it's Kyle Hendricks and Madison Bumgarner. Kind of like to see a Lackey Bumgarner matchup.
Yeah.
A couple edgy guys.
Lackey Samardzija. Time now for the Cubs' upcoming schedule. The series probables this weekend. Brought to you by Travel Wisconsin. Plan your fun today at travelwisconsin.com.
Giants have won 7 in a row. 2.5 games better than the Rockies and the Dodgers coming into play today.
Go to first. Not in time. Kind of a benchmark series for the Cubs last year. Their 97-win wild card team. It had to be the 4-game sweep of the Giants at Wrigley Field, right?
Yeah, that one stands out. So identified that as a real important series, and just the way he managed. Obviously, when they moved Russell over to shortstop.
Down by Carter to end the inning. 2-out walk, no runs. It's the Cubs 2 and the Brewers 1.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. Lease the 2016 NX 200 Turbo for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Everybody is born tonight. They're all watching reruns tonight.
Yeah, not us.
Nah, no reruns here.
Yeah, we have X1 from Xfinity.
Everybody crochet tonight.
I think we'll just stick with our TV shows.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Get 4 times more TV shows and movies on demand with Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
Create your dream kitchen with help from Menards. All Schrock kitchen cabinets are on sale. They're beautiful on the outside with plenty of storage on the inside. Get these Delmont Select Series kitchen cabinets for just $2,119. Now's a great time to update your countertops. Custom craft high-resolution laminate countertops give your surface a natural stone look. The Modern Edge countertop with backsplash is only $17.99 per lineal foot.
Save big money at Menards.
Monday on CSN Plus, the road trip continues for your Cubs as they swing through St. Louis and look to do some damage against the division rival Cards. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto on CSN Plus.
Maybe that's the bachelorette party we were talking about earlier. Hey, make sure you follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on CSNChicago.com. Presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Junior Guerra, originally signed as a catcher. Will lead off the bottom of the third. 1-1.
Imagine there were plenty of times over the years where Junior Guerra wondered if he'd ever make it to the major leagues.
Zobrist retires him. Bring up VR, who lined to left.
It's the thing about a situation like the Brewers in this rebuilding phase now, plenty of opportunities for guys to show what they've got. Perhaps carve out a little niche for themselves going forward, either with this club or another club. Talented player, but they've got a kid, a shortstop in their minor leagues, one of the better prospects in baseball. So it's just a matter of time before he takes over. Garcia.
Yep.
VR's skill set, though, he's got some pop in the bat. He'll take a walk and really run.
Just foul to third.
Today, the beer's a little colder, the hot dog's a little tastier. Must be some school groups here. Saw a lot of buses when we rolled up.
200 buses. Swing and a miss, strike three. Well, they were out tailgating early. Definitely get lost in the parking lot around the ballpark. As we did with Jeff Garland in Anaheim.
Yeah.
It happens. I swear I parked here. Maybe it was one section over.
I remember going to Jerry Park as a kid. Little guy. Losing track of my dad at some point. Just complete panic mode. Sea of people.
It's a little easier these days with the remote thing where you can hit the button and hear the beep. To center to keep the inning alive. Presley is on. And Scooter Jeanette hitting third today with no Braun, no Lucroy.
Yeah, and that goes back to the conversation we had last inning. How does Craig Counsell choose to play it here? Is it going to get aggressive, let Presley try to steal a base? There's just not a lot of sock in the middle of this Brewer lineup.
To Treasure Valley Community College. The Bay Devil Rays took him in the 10th round, the 0-2 draft, even though he had a high ERA. It's a sophomore season. Second straight year the then D-Rays had drafted him. Strike. It's 1-1. Second tour with the Cubs. Signed with the Cubs, got traded to Oakland, and came back. Ground ball, backhanded play, Bryant. And he gets in. Nicely done by Chris Bryant. 2-1 Cubs after 3.
When you were 8, you wanted to fly. When you were 13, to be a rock star. At 20, an artist. All these years later, you realize you had it right the first time. The 400 horsepower Q50 from Infinity. Lease the all-wheel drive Infinity Q50 for $369 a month. Visit your Chicagoland Infinity retailer.
I forgot to record that show.
Now we have to wait forever to see it.
With DirecTV, you don't.
You see, we got the power to turn back time. That show you missed, let's just go back and find. And let's go back and choose spicy instead of mild. And maybe reconsider having that second child. See, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Any questions?
Yo, elbow patches. Why you gotta complicate things? Uncle Richie's math is simple. Dodge Durango RT has Hemi V8 power, generating 360 horses for the driver, 2 Blu-ray screens for the kids. And Dodge Journey's 8.4-inch touchscreen, biggest in its class.
Give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Class dismissed. Get you some of that.
Get $3,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash or 0% APR for 60 months on the 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan.
Saturday, David Accam and the Men in Red return to Bridgeview for a late afternoon match with Houston. Watch them try to down the Dynamo and earn 3 huge points. Coverage begins at 3:30 on CSN+. Go Fire!
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Host your most valued clients and guests in Wrigley Field's largest luxury suite, the Fannie Mae Bleacher Suite. This climate-controlled, all-inclusive area provides guests with a unique view of the ballpark and the center field batter's eye. It's perfect for socializing and networking and tipping off signals to the hitters. No, it doesn't say that. For more information and to purchase, visit Cubs.com/premier. No, it's a good place to hang out and watch a ball game.
Zobrist lined out to left his first time up. We're trying to give you behind-the-scenes insights, particularly into the mind of the manager, Joe Madden. And most days, you and I, Ron Coomer, will spend 10-15 minutes in Joe's office talking about all kinds of stuff. The other night we were in there, and after about 15 minutes, Joe laughed. He said, "We never talk baseball in here." And we get into all kinds of great stuff. Well, I don't know who asked the question or how it came up. But in speaking with the beat writers this morning, he mentioned that next spring he's already planning a 24-hour, no internet, no cell phone thing. So he's going to try to get his players and his staff to go 24 straight hours with no technology.
It's not going to happen. Got no chance. Put that one to bed, Joe.
Called strike 3. Looked like it might have been low.
Ben Zobrist knows the strike zone as well as any hitter I've seen. And I mean, this is borderline low. And it's certainly not a pitch you want to swing at. Not going to do a whole lot with it. That's low. It was on the plate, but down a little bit. So you just kind of wear it. Walk on back to the dugout.
Soler with a double and a run in the second. Deep left field. Presley back to the barrier, and he's got it in front of the out-of-town board.
Just didn't quite get through that one. Maybe had a little top spin, too, that helped keep it in the yard. But good swings here for Soler. 3 consecutive plate appearances, including the pinch hit last night.
Russell takes a strike. That's a quick 1-2-3. Guerra. Still 2-1.
Cubs versus Brewers rivalry series is brought to you by Blue Harbor Resort. It's better at the Blue. Book now at BlueHarborResort.com.
The end. Thank you, Grace, for your summer vacation report on the Dells. Michael.
This year, my family didn't want to fight the crowds, so we went to Blue Harbor Resort. There was a huge indoor water park and an awesome pool, but there was this other thing called the beach. I went swimming and entered a sandcastle contest. Dad took us sailing on this cool boat. We even had a bonfire. This is the best vacation ever.
Start a new family tradition at Blue Harbor Resort, right on Lake Michigan in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Meet the product development experts at Turtle Wax. They invented Dash and Glass. Consumers voted it 2016 Product of the Year. They made it so people don't have to worry about getting dash cleaner on the glass or glass cleaner on the dash because Turtle Wax Dash and Glass cleans both. Turtle Wax. Trusted innovation inside and out.
We wanted to prove the value of Nissan's Intelligent Safety Shield technologies.
Hey, you want to go for a ride?
So we enlisted some everyday experts.
I'm a firefighter. I'm a nurse.
With rear cross traffic alert. It worked. Blind spot warning. And forward emergency braking that could stop your car for you. Get to Nissan's Safety Today event and save for a limited time with a $189 per month lease on the 2016 Nissan Altima or the 2016 Nissan Rogue. We might be out of a job. Shop your local Nissan store and choose Nissan.com today.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem. For a free consultation, call 888-SEEPAGE or visit seepage.com.
Follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. And JD and our CSN Chicago crew here in Milwaukee. First of a three-leg tour. San Francisco and St. Louis to follow. Shadows starting to creep over the field on the first base side. I know in years past, on days like this, they would actually close the roof about a third of the way. Not so today. 1-1 on Carter.
I don't think they want to deprive these folks of any sunshine whatsoever. It's pretty chilly here in the Midwest this spring.
Deep to center. Fowler will bang off the batter's eye. A long home run. And that ties the game at 2.
Talked about Carter's strength last time he was up. It's an impressive swing of the bat there to hit the ball in that trajectory that far, straightaway center field. Carter, who has struck out a bunch in this series, displays the power. A forward home run replay. And the big guy, straightaway center field, sends Bernie down the slide for the first time. First time in this series.
He's got 12 on the season.
Been very productive for them. A non-tender after last year with the Astros, a year in which he batted less than 200. It's the second home run allowed by Jason Hamill this year.
24th extra base hit for Carter among the National League leaders.
they were supposed to talk. He's not talking. He's just using his fingers. Although the fellow next to him nodding his head like they're having a very deep conversation. And there you go. This guy's rocking the cheese head.
Took a bite out of it. You mentioned Bernie slid the first time in the series? Second, right?
Second.
Lucroy.
That's right.
Homered in game one.
That's right. I didn't see Bernie slide that time. So if I don't see it, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen if JD didn't actually witness it.
The whole tree in the forest thing.
Trim up that mustache a little bit. Backhanded Rizzo. Hamill covering.
I didn't realize Bernie had those piercing green eyes.
So their original mascot was Barrowman, right? And didn't they bring Barrowman back last year? I don't know if he's here
Yeah, I
today.
think he did make an appearance. He shows up on Sundays or something.
I guess Barrowman was here last night. But again, I didn't see him, so it didn't happen. I haven't seen Hank the dog. A popular mascot here as well. Brewers might lead the league in mascots.
The Reds go pretty deep too on the depth chart with the mascots.
Hank was essentially rescued in spring training a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and that Savannah Bananas team I referenced earlier, that college summer league team, they've got a stray puppy that they've turned into their bat dog. If you're a fan of puppies, and who isn't, it's worth going to the interweb and checking that out. There's a conversation going on here between Montero and Perez.
Called strike three.
He must have been guessing ball. Mickey got in his head a little bit. Just thinking about that Hamill slider and got locked up by the fastball.
Well, didn't they? Was it spring training, the Hank the dog thing?
There was a little
rumor
controversy
that there was an imposter, and the Brewers actually had a news conference to say no. Oh. 3-0 on Flores.
So there was like a body double for Hank? Was that the rumor? Is that what the speculation was?
Yeah. All four.
If Hank had gone to live on a farm upstate, in air quotes. The shadows become problematic as a little bit later as they creep across the diamond, and that ball will pass from light into dark on its path towards home plate. Some hitters will tell you that it really bothers them. I've talked to other hitters who say, yeah, no, it doesn't bother me.
5 straight misses now for Hamill. It's a strike. Throw to first is late. Hamill unbeaten in his career against the Brewers, unbeaten overall this season.
$8-0 lifetime against this club, 9-0 in his career against the Washington Nationals. So 17 of his 74 major league wins coming against those two clubs.
High fly ball out into left center as Soler and Fowler will converge. It'll be the center fielder to make the catch. Carter with a leadoff homer. And we are tied at 2. Oh, there's Hank, and then there's the Hank mascot. Oh, my.
So confusing.
Hello, beautiful. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Hi, Anthony. How much does my discount double check save me?
About $150.
Done.
I don't have State Farm, but insurance, find me money.
I got you $1. Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. There to help you with unexpected savings. That's getting to a better state.
Drive and discover during 1 week to Jeep at Feeney Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Elgin. Get our lowest prices on our entire inventory. Cars, trucks, minivans, and more Jeeps than we need. All with 0% financing available. Look at this 2016 Wrangler, just $299 a month. Or a 2016 Ram 1500 Quad Cab, $279 a month. Both with zero due. Or save $7,000 on this new Grand Cherokee. Find it at Feeney. FeeneyAutos.com.
As a young man, I worked in the steel mills, where I learned the value of honest hard work. It's also where I saw firsthand how lives can be changed by tragic moments, how individuals or their families struggled in the aftermath. And it was then that I decided my life's work, that while I may not be able to prevent tragic moments, I could fight to help better the lives of those who suffered them.
Welcome back to Miller Park, another Coors Light in-game report, and I am sitting here in what is now named the Euchre seats, right next to Bob himself, guys. And what's really cool about these seats is fans can buy them just an hour before the game. They're only $1, but the whole catch behind this is because you see these massive pillars holding up the huge roof here at Miller Park, and so some of the views can be a little bit obstructed, but as we all know, the famous commercial that Bob was in, being ousted from his seats considering he's going to the front row, right? But the next time we see him in that commercial, he's way up here. So humorously named the Euchre seats up here now. So pretty nice view, I'll be honest with you. It's really nice up here.
Thanks, Kelly. Euchre on Brewers radio today. As Montero foul said, it's giveaway day here at the ballpark. You give the Brewers money, they'll give you a ticket.
Where is that? Behind us?
Plate.
And it was up high. I just wasn't sure exactly where. There we go.
He missed the tag. He missed the tag.
I always thought it was the Peter Graves statue. They had this kind of Peter Graves thing going on. Uke all buttoned up today, ready to hit the road. The Brewers are heading to New York.
It's great to see Bob. Mr. Baseball.
Mr. Baseball still bouncing around, still lively, energetic. Always good for a laugh or 5.
Milwaukee native. One-two from Guerra. Swing and a miss. told this story before. Worked a couple of games with him on radio years ago, and he shares his scorebook. So when you call the innings, you keep the score in the same book. So Pat Hughes, Jim Powell, Corey Provis, Joe Block, and we all have remnants of his scoring system. As a result,
does he score differently than quirks?
I mean, everybody has their own little things, but yeah, I've continued to score things similarly.
Does he use J-Bo for just a bit outside?
No. But yeah, there is, I guess you would call a Bob Uecker scoring tree. Line drive, base hit. Jason Hamill.
Continues to impress.
You know what I'm
working the batter's box.
Sorry to interrupt. You know what I might do? Maybe between innings, I'll go try to get a picture of his book, just to show people his scoring. If he'll let me do it. Barge into his booth. Bob, can I take a picture? He'll let me do it. I'll do it.
Both go in there. I'll divert him, and you steal the book.
Cool to see his handwriting too, wouldn't it? Hall of Fame broadcaster. I'll do it.
Cubs have reached Guerra for singletons in the first and second. Button things down since then. You make his fourth consecutive quality but pretty solid start since joining the big club here. It was 0-2 with a 4.63 ERA at AAA Colorado Springs. This is his fourth start with the Brewers. He's gone 6 innings each time. First 2 times he allowed 4. Scoreless baseball last time. Looks to me, and the numbers don't bear it out, but it's a pretty small sample. Looks to me like he'd be a right-hander who might be a little bit tougher on lefties with that split.
Muller strikes out. 7 for Guerra.
And I haven't seen a real nasty breaking ball that would shut down right-handed hitters. That split, the one he gets fading away from the lefties, as we just saw to Fowler, pretty good weapon.
Number to first. 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th from Milwaukee.
Introducing Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro with next-level speed, coverage, marketing, and control features. Plus, Wi-Fi Pro offers what AT&T's Wi-Fi small site doesn't. Professional installation, advanced security, and millions of hotspots nationwide. Looks like taking your business to the next level starts with ditching AT&T. Give your business an edge with Comcast Business Wi-Fi Pro. Comcast Business, built for business.
Honda knows in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear view camera, text message reader, and dual zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord, with a redesigned body to match. Nothing compares to a Honda. The restyled Accord, the best-selling car in America.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
say cheese.
At White Castle, we know how to make cravers smile with classic American cheese or Craver Fave jalapeno cheese. And now, choose any cheese on a 10 sack of original sliders for $7.99. Only at White Castle.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with a Coors Light Polar Fact Sportsnet Central update. We have a baseball double dip for you today on Comcast Sportsnet. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Chris Sale goes for his 9th win in as many starts. White Sox look to snap a season-long 4-game losing streak when they host the Astros. Preview the game on Sports Talk Live and Sportsnet Central beginning at 5:30. Right now, we go back to Milwaukee. Len and JD.
The great producer-engineer Kent Sommerfeld, longtime Brewers employee, and we're gonna get a little snapshot of Bob Uecker's scorecard. Pat Hughes also has borrowed his scoring system. So it's kind of an insider thing for broadcasters, and Kent's going to send me a picture of it, and we'll put it on the air.
I'm intrigued. I want to see what Uecker does.
Might have to slip Bob a 20.
Phil Rizzuto used to mark his book every now and then with WW, which stood for wasn't watching.
Wasn't watching. Chases.
That's a red K in my book.
At a strike, and we want to welcome all our viewers watching on Kelowna Cooperative Telephone in Kelowna, Iowa. Ground ball to second, and Zobrist makes the play. VR 0 for 3.
And Zobrist has played airless baseball so far this year. There are those with better range. He makes all the plays. Makes all the right decisions.
So take Rizzo to the bag, and that's that. It's Job Hamill, 1, 2, 3. Go the Brewers.
Dear Chicago, let's take a trip out of Midway to your favorite international destinations. With love, Southwest.
Wendy's Ghost Pepper Fries. With fresh jalapenos and ghost pepper sauce, they're perfect if you're hot to spice. And now, for a limited time, you can get Wendy's Ghost Pepper Fries for just $1.99. Yep, just $1.99.
They say an old-fashioned is served in a 10-ounce glass with a maraschino cherry and an orange slice. Actually, it's served in a room with a brick fireplace and a deer head mounted on the wall by a waitress named Diane. This is a Wisconsin supper club. When you're having fun, we're having fun.
Welcome, everybody. Let's take a look at today's action. Using all-wheel control, they're moving with such confidence over this terrain. The new 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport. Make your drive a sport.
Come in now and get 0% APR for 72 months.
Welcome to Wrigley Field. And it is gone! We're tied! Rizzo gets on the top. He makes a catch. Cubs win! Cubs win! Cubs win!
Welcome back, everybody. Whether the Cubs are home or on the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. Book your tour at Cubs.com/tours today.
Two tie in the sixth. For our Xfinity high-speed action. Meeting on the mound, 5-man infield. Left fielder Chris Bryant. Need an infield glove. So technically there he's playing left. Swing and a miss. They have glove specifications. And the first baseman, the only guy who can wear that glove. And if you put that glove on, you are a first baseman. So he and Baez swap positions and gloves. So for scoring purposes, Baez became a left fielder for one play, and then Bryant went back to left. Crazy. One out. 8 strikeouts for Guerra.
Yeah, he's pretty impressive. You watch a kid, he's 31. He's playing a long time, and of course he started as a catcher. So in terms of what he's got left in that arm, innings-wise, probably better than most 31-year-olds. Watch him throw here today. I think he could have been in the big leagues sooner. The thing is, a lot of converted pitchers, guys that were position players, and they put them on the mound. A lot of them come from behind the plate. They were catchers first. And you can tell watching them pitch. Guerra looks like a pitcher to me. His mechanics, his delivery. True to form, leaning heavily on that splitter. Ooh, good one there.
Start. Guerra, season best. 9 punch-outs.
Those hamstrings, boys. They raced twice last night. They got to come right back today for a day game. You easily see Chorizo going on the DL for a couple of weeks after this.
Say that a lot when Ben Zobrist is at the plate.
Called out looking last time up on a very questionable pitch. A little bit below the knees.
runners aboard with 2 outs.
See, that's a great example of a hitter. He's not going to give in either. He's not going to change his strike zone because he got rung up last time. This pitch is actually a little bit better than the one he was called out on last time up. Tough to get the call when the catcher doesn't catch the ball. Be curious to know what percentage of Ben's strikeouts have been swinging and what percentage have been looking, because he doesn't swing and miss very much.
To third, fair ball, throw goes to second, and they get a sliding Zobrist to end the inning. 5.5, 2-2.
Sometimes it's first tracks on fresh powder. Sometimes it's finding a secret surf spot or an undiscovered trail off a dirt road. Then again, sometimes happiness is having the road all to yourself. Introducing the all-wheel drive Mazda CX-3.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central, presented by Comcast Business, every night at 6:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
It's complicated. She's just dropping off my stuff.
Best-in-class cargo space plus best-in-class performance. The BMW X1. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers today.
The intelligent all-new Audi A4 is here. Experience the all-new Audi A4 at your local dealer.
Well, if you're keeping track at home, there's a Polish and Italian one yesterday. Polish one the day before, and it's pretty much wire to wire. It's hot dog and bratwurst and hot dog. Much needed victory. We've been in a bit of a funk here lately.
Well, how about that? Joe Madden might get some ideas for the next road trip. That will drop for Scooter Gennett. Leadoff man is on. Straightaway center in the fourth. Struck out in the second. I guess a walk might be in order after three true outcomes. The Adam Dunn, Mark Reynolds thing going. strike.
Watching Carter in this series, never changes expression. He's hitting that long home run, striking out. He's just okay. It takes emotion out of the equation.
Rizzo holds on Jeanette. It's number 80 on the afternoon for Hamill, and he gets Carter. His 6th strikeout. So that's 15 combined.
See, Chris Carter, if you think about it, he's got an interesting life as a first baseman, especially here at home. He's very close to the home dugout. So you either strike out or hit a home run. He hardly ever has to run. He just jogs. That's a nice gig.
Here's Neuenhuis. 1 for 2 with a run. And he drives one deep to right. And the Brewers have the lead. 4-2 Milwaukee.
Hamill now behind the Brewers, a team that he has never lost to. Neuenhuis, about him last night a little bit. He's a guy that really struggles against left-handed pitching, but he can handle right-handers. Doesn't have a ton of power, but boy, put a charge in that one.
Ford, a home run replay, banged it off the facade of that second deck.
Decent home run seasons as a minor leaguer. That's his 2nd home run this year.
Well, you laid it all out as we started the game with the disclaimer at the end that it's baseball, and no Braun, no Lucroy, no Santana. Hamill unbeaten against the Brewers.
Yeah, it used to be a lot of times back in the day, not so much anymore. Managers would run out what they call their Sunday lineup. You're going to give your regulars a day off, and a lot of times it would be in that Sunday day game. And especially if you had one of your top starting pitchers going, all right, I got one of my top 2 guys on the mound today. I'm going to rest a bunch of regulars, run that Sunday lineup out. I'll get a credible start, perhaps a dominant start, and see what happens. That's not the case with Counsell here today because Junior Guerra's got 3 major league starts under his belt, but he's pitching a very good ball game. He's kept his team in the game, and now with 2 swings of the bat, the Brewers have taken the lead.
The hit grounder as Russell plays the hop perfectly. 2 outs.
First time this year Jason has allowed more than 3 runs in a ball game. That's how good he has been. He's only done that once.
To left. One, two. Boyer. in the Milwaukee pen.
I would assume Jeremy Jeffress, the closer, is not available today. He's worked the first 2 games of this series. He has pitched 5 of the last 6 days.
Hamels payoff pitch and a foul tip, strike 3. Neuenhuis gives Milwaukee the lead. It's now 4-2 after the home run.
Just announced from Ford. 0% financing for 60 months. And now for a limited time, get an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash on Edge and Explorer. Ford, America's best-selling brand, now with a great offer. 0% financing for 60 months and an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash. Supplies are limited, so hurry while selection is best and see your local Ford dealer today.
Get your home in shape for summer with great Memorial Day savings now at Lowe's. Like this Charbroil Advantage 6-burner gas grill, now only $2.99. Plus, get this Husqvarna lawnmower for only $2.99. Hurry in today to make your home happy at Lowe's.
This year, my family didn't want to fight the crowds, so we went to Blue Harbor Resort. There was a huge indoor water park, plus there's the beach. Dad took us sailing on this cool boat, and we even had a bonfire. This is the best vacation ever.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
There it is, Bob Uecker's scorecard. So for double, he'll put a 2. For a home run, you see Fowler 4, and he'll circle it. The big dot is an RBI. H7 is a single to left. H9 single to right. The rest of it's pretty easy to read. The W is for a walk.
Oh, he's got it all wrong.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
This is how you do it here.
Okay, so explain.
Well, walks are BBs.
Yeah.
Base hits are singles. See, a single to 7 down there in the bottom of the second inning. A double is a 2B.
Right.
And then you darken it in when the run scores. So work your way around the bases. See that little slash at the end of the third inning?
Yeah.
That line there, that marks the end of the inning. And then the little flare on the end, that's just artistic. That's just a little doodle there.
That's great. Ball 1 on Addison Russell.
Doesn't mean anything.
I have
a hard time reading my own handwriting by the end of the game. I can't decipher it.
I've actually tweaked my scoring because I now do it on my laptop. And the one thing I kept from Bob's system is the KC is called. So that's the looking.
Yeah, I do mine backwards.
Backwards K.
Yeah, you do it online. That's next level.
One, 2. Cubs trail now 4-2. And Addison strikes out. That's 10 for Garrett. So there's mine. See, I do the 8 home run, double. The slashes are bases, and I've got it set up on my computer. If you end whatever in each box with 4 slashes, that's 4 bases, and it'll color it in. So then you know the guy scored.
Oh, okay.
L7WT, that's lined to left to the warning track. Pretty basic, right?
I don't know. That's impressive. A little detail that you're adding there with warning track.
Well, I can't remember. I don't have the Pat Hughes memory, so I need to remind myself. Thanks to Bob for letting us show that. That's good stuff. He learned his system from the late Merle Harmon, his original broadcast partner here in Milwaukee. And it is a great thing about this game is that there is no other sport really where fans keep score and everybody does it their own way.
Yeah, you still see not many, but you still see folks at the ballpark keeping a scorecard.
Mr. Strode going over the scouting report with Justin Grimm.
Now is where the shadows might be a little problematic, right? You see the sunlight in the background, and then pitcher in shade.
And in the deep center. Back to the wall, off the wall. And Montero now around second, on his way to third. A stolen base and a triple. It's Ricky Henderson.
Barely had enough breath to signal the dugout. But that's huge to get to third base with one out. Neuenhuis gets a little too close to this one. Can't make the play. Can't handle the carom. As it rolls away, Montero will show pretty good stuff in the batter's box. Pushes on for a 3. I think I can. Got to cash this one in. Stella will hit for Hamill. Infield back. Ground ball. It's the Cubs one closer.
It's a strike. And it's high, so Jason Hamill still could get a win if the Cubs can put up at least 3 here in the 7th. 6 innings, 4 runs on 5 hits.
Struck out 7. Lost a couple. And the 2 home runs hurt him today. He had only allowed the 1 coming in. Carter got him, and then Neuenhuis last inning. When you're a bench player like Listella and you get called on to pinch hit late, obviously you pay attention throughout the game, and especially when a guy's been out there as long as Guerra has, so he knows what this guy's been featuring here today, but that doesn't make it a whole lot easier. He's gotten a lot of swings and misses at that split finger pitch.
That's a big one for Guerra. And 11.
Yeah, that one was up a little bit. The off-speed nature of that pitch fooled Listella. That wasn't a good diver. It's just a pretty good indication of how good that pitch is for him today.
There's a scorecard for you. Graphic look, and that little dot, the home run, the RBI for Dexter Fowler.
It's a huge strikeout for Guerra. Now a chance for Fowler to pick up Listella.
To take advantage of a Montero triple too, right?
Hey, well, just, you're in the 7th inning, you're running out of outs. And that's the other thing you have to be aware of, the potential for that splitter down in the dirt to get away from Maldonado.
And to Montero's first triple, by the way, since 2012, 7th of his career.
First month or so of the season, we saw very few starting pitchers get deep into the game against this Cubs lineup. Really, that hasn't been the case. We've seen some really good starts. Including all three in this series. Chase Anderson went 8 2/3. Jimmy Nelson 7 1/3. And here's Guerra, rock solid in the 7th.
That gets by. Montero will score for 3.
That's a break. He spiked that one way out in front of home plate. Tough assignment for Maldonado to block and contain that one.
This should end the inning as Presley one-hands it. Stretch time from Milwaukee. It's a 1-run ball game.
Why is Hyundai calling its Memorial Day sales event better than ever? Because better than everyone would just be rubbing it in. And right now, Hyundai is making 2016 better than ever with no monthly payments for 6 months.
So you're fine with getting rid of the trophy case?
Yep.
And the carpet?
Mm-hmm.
And that?
Yes.
Cover it up quickly with Dutch Boy Platinum Paint Plus Primer. With Platinum's no prep, no prime formula with advanced extreme high technology, Menards and Dutch Boy make transforming your world easy.
Good color, honey.
Go Dutch.
I am never getting married. Never. Guaranteed.
You picked a beautiful ring.
Thank you. We're never having kids. Breathe.
I love it here.
We are never moving to the suburbs. We are never getting one of those. We're never having another kid.
I'm pregnant.
I'm never letting go.
For all the nevers in life, State Farm is there.
What's better about Hyundai's Better Than Ever sales event? This, and this. Hurry in today and lease the Tucson for $179 a month or the Santa Fe Sport for $249 a month.
Rubber game today. Trail by a run tonight on Sportsnet Central. Tune in for a tour of one Cub fan's ultimate fan cave. Custom basement, 11 TVs, a Chris Bryant corner, a bar with 50 autographed bats built into it, and more. Tonight at 10 on Sportsnet Central.
That's next level fandom there.
It's like the Cubs' new clubhouse. Here's Justin Grimm.
Justin Grimm pitching for the 17th time. 4.5 ERA. He looked scoreless inning last night. He had the 8th. Walked a man, struck out a couple through 20 pitches.
Maldonado, the pinch hitter. Alan Walsh is on deck for Guerra, and then VR. Game going on. We've gone to the bottom of the 9th in Baltimore. Mariners lead the Orioles. Battle first place team 7-2 late. At first, he didn't know if Fowler saw it.
He did that earlier in the game, too. There was one a little more shallow than that. Cub fans, join the Cub season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list. It looks like a punt returner out there. They let it bounce into the end zone. Hit the touchback.
93, but up and away on switch hitting Colin Walsh.
Switch hitter, he's a walk machine.
So the Brewers got excellent starting pitching throughout this series, including today from Guerra. 7 innings, 3 runs, 11 strikeouts, a career high. Low and in. To the count. Game is now over in Baltimore. Final 7-2 Mariners. So the Orioles drop into a first place tie in the East with Boston, and Seattle with a 1.5 game lead over Texas in the West.
Walked 124 times last year at Double-A.
Foul tip, strike 3.
He struck out a lot too. 131 punch outs. He was one of those guys you could just let's go up and then we'll just start the at bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and we'll go from there.
I had a tweet earlier about the foul tip. And just kind of a rules reminder. A foul tip is that ball that's ticked right directly into the glove. It is considered a swing and a miss, not a foul ball. That's why it's not an out, even though technically the ball hit the bat and went right into the glove. Play is not dead. It's, like I said,
treated like a swing and a miss.
Treated like a swing and a miss. Yep. So you often see, like in a game story, catcher had to leave early after getting hit by a foul tip in the mask. No, technically not a foul tip. Maybe a foul tick.
Yeah, that was the playground. He ticked it. He did not. I did too.
In the dirt to VR.
Good point of contention at the playground, the tick. Also, then the guy who showed up late. Can I play? Yeah, you can be all-time catcher. How about that gig? The all-time catcher in pickup game. Sorry, dude, you were late.
3-1.
By the way, give us your shirt. We need a second base.
Hey, did you see Brad Ausmus is going to auction off his sweatshirt for charity? The one he laid on home plate. He got ejected the other night. VR with a 2-out single.
That was a good rant. Brad's a pretty cool, calm guy. But when he goes over the edge, I saw it back when he was playing. When he flips, it's impressive.
Here comes Joe Madden.
After a night like last night, exactly who's going to be available out of that bullpen. Who's going to be able to give you how many outs or pitches.
Clayton Richard, who got the save in the 13th last night, is in. We'll be right back.
And the #1 window and door company in America is
Feldco.
To celebrate this amazing achievement, Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
On behalf of the entire Feldco team, thank you. And remember, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Memorial Day. So hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Since when did experience become something to hide? I say we own it. Lose all that negativity. Just let it go. It's just bad energy. Oh, and lose those terrible black balloons they give you on your 50th. What's up with that?
Hey, we hear you. That's why our members love AARP the magazine. It celebrates you with fun and provocative content, from lifestyle and entertainment to in-depth reporting. And it's just one of the great benefits of membership.
If you don't think this is right for me when you think AARP, then you don't know AARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
These outdoor furnishings from Lowe's are so stylish, it almost feels like we're inside the house. Not that I've been in there. Or have I?
Now get your choice of patio dining sets for only $2.98 at Lowe's.
I solemnly swear that my KFC $20 fill-up will fill your family of 4 up with 8 pieces of delicious original recipe chicken and sides. It's a meal that's freshly prepared every day. Court adjourned. Colonel quality guaranteed.
Talking about Brad Ausmus, kicked out the other night. Upset with some umpire calls, but seemed to be just general frustration with the way his team had been playing as well that might have played into this.
Time to get the money's worth. Seeds flying. Peels the hoodie off.
Back to live action here in Milwaukee. It's the Midas Tire and Auto Service call to the pen. And here's Clayton Richard, who got his first save as a pro last night. I asked him if he had any in college. He didn't remember. But he had multiple saves, according to the Baseball Cube, at Michigan.
Well, this move makes sense on a couple levels. One, you got a left-handed hitter, and piece of the equation, you got VR down there who leads the league in stolen bases with 13. So you bring the lefty in. He was quick to home plate. It's a little more challenging for VR to try to steal that base. Left-handed hitter and on deck 2 with the Scooter Gennett due up next.
Trevor Cahill got into the game last night, but not as a pitcher. Pinch hit instead. Bounces Russell. It's to second base in time. And the inning is over. 4-3 Brewers after 7.
Oh!
Turned up my jam. I'm feeling woke. Oh, found our chill.
Close enough.
Try the deliciously juicy Daily Double, now only $2.19 at McDonald's.
We started with the class-leading RX. We gave it paddle shifters to help you command the road. A sport mode to help you control the road. And a sport-tuned suspension to help you connect with the road. The Lexus RX F-Sport. This is the RX Elevated. Lease the 2016 RX 350 for $419 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Thanks, man. Imagine if the things you bought every day earned you miles to get to the places you really want to go. With the United Mileage Plus Explorer card, you get a free checked bag, 2 United Club passes, priority boarding, and 30,000 bonus miles. Everything you need for an unforgettable vacation. The United Mileage Plus Explorer card. Imagine where it'll take you.
It's the mesmerizing McGriddles. Try your choice of bacon, egg, and cheese, sausage, or sausage, egg, and cheese with a small McCafe coffee and hash browns for just $4 at McDonald's.
We are back. Cubs destinations travel packages include tickets, hotel accommodations, ballpark tours, Cubs swag, and a private meet and greet with a current Cub player. This season's destinations include stops in Pittsburgh and Chicago. For more information, visit Cubs.com/travel. The guy's not going to get lost.
Michael Blazek is on here in the 8th inning.
Blazek having a nice year. He's pitched to a 2.25 ERA, on for the 21st time. 20 innings, 20 hits. Walked more than you would like. 11 free passes, 16 punches. Saw him for an inning last night. And rushing that up there pretty good last night. More velocity than I remember from Blazek. Fastball, slider, curve. There's Uncle Charlie. Be careful, that down and in breaking ball. Hayward can hurt you there.
Checking to see if he cracked his bat, and he did. Sounded like it. $38-7, 8-1. Biggest crowd of the series.
Yeah, all those buses. A lot of groups here today.
Shot was awesome. You had a few kids who were really into the game. You had a few who were paying no attention. You had a few others with their chin in their hand going, what time is it? I'm ready to go home.
Did we miss social studies?
Forward pops into short left, caught by Presley.
Is that a thing anymore? Social studies? Is there a class called social studies?
Yeah, I think so. Sure. Brewers, Sox, Cubs fan. Strike one.
Awfully good today at neutralizing the middle of the Cubs batting order. 2, 3, 4, 5, and an 0 for so far today. Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist have all walked.
for strike 3.
The player-coach relationship in baseball has changed over the years, hasn't it? Look at that shot of Dexter with his arms draped around John Maley.
Anthony is due, isn't he?
Yeah.
For his last 12. He's taking his walks.
Well, that's the thing. You know, we talked about the Brewers' struggles in the rotation, but they were pretty good leading into this series. They started to pitch better. There's always that knee-jerk reaction, like when a good club gets shut down, you want to say, well, it's a day game after a night game, or it came after a day off. I think the pitching's been really good for the Brewers in this series. The Cubs had a chance to ambush Anderson early. They hit a lot of balls hard, first 4 or 5 hitters of that game, but then he settled in, was really good. Jimmy Nelson's pitched well all year, and he was really good yesterday, and Garrett again here today. Not rattled by that leadoff home run he allowed to Fowler.
There's ball 4. First 2 outs, 8th inning. The pitch to Zobrist is high. Maldonado quickly out to the mound.
Zobrist, one of those hitters that'll give a pitcher and a catcher, for that matter, fits, just trying to figure out how to put him away. He covers everything. He's good in, out, hard stuff, soft stuff, doesn't chase. Imagine conversations, you know, in advance of a series against Zobrist, they'd say, you know what, just kind of keep the ball down around the knees with some action, sink it, try to hit the ball on the ground and move on.
Rizzo around second on his way to third. Zobrist with a double. All this happening with 2 outs.
And again, running fastball, outer third, off the outside edge, actually. And a joy to watch. A little magic wand there, taking that ball to left.
Soler's had a nice day. Double, he lined to the warning track. And grounded into a fielder's choice.
This is where all the work they do, prepping, really bears fruit. You know, John Maley's so good at telling his hitters when a new guy comes into the game, you know, getting with him, hey, he's going to start you with this, he's going to try to finish you with this if he gets ahead. He can sell out on the fastball in certain counts. Just little nuggets that a hitter could take to the plate. And we talk a lot about a hitter having a plan at the plate. And one of it is Can I sit dead red? Do I have to respect off speed? Is he going to come in on me, or is he going to stay away throughout the AB?
3-0. He's got a base open. Addison Russell is on deck, and he has struck out swinging all 3 times. Those at bats against the starter Guerra. Big at bat here for Jorge. 3-2.
Jorge didn't like either one of those, but according to our pitch tracks, they were in the zone. Makes sense to take a little extra time, step out, and regroup.
Comes all the way back and gets out of the inning with no damage.
So everybody put your hands up, hands up. See the people jumping, watch them fly up, fly up. Everybody's dancing with them hands up, right, left. Gonna take this way up.
Dear Chicago, let's take a trip out of Midway to your favorite international destinations. With love, Southwest.
Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that.
I will too miss that.
No, you won't miss that. When you move with DirecTV, your favorite entertainment goes with you from coast to coast on all your devices. Now keep moving. The DirecTV Movers deal, now with bundles and equipment upgrades too. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
Drive and discover during 1 week to Jeep at Feeney Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Elgin. Get our lowest prices on our entire inventory. Cars, trucks, minivans, and more Jeeps than we need. All with 0% financing available. Look at this 2016 Wrangler, just $299 a month. Or a 2016 Ram 1500 Quad Cab, $279 a month. Both with zero due. Or save $7,000 on this new Grand Cherokee. Find it at Feeney. FeeneyAutos.com.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan in our Comcast Sportsnet studios with the Sportsnet Central update. Coming up tonight at 6:30, we'll have highlights, post-game reaction from the Cubs after the series finale against the Brewers. Plus, we'll go live to the South Side. Chris Sale looks to go to 9-0. He takes the bump against the Astros at U.S. Cellular later this evening. Todd Hollinsworth joins me later on the post-game show. Now we go back to Cheese Country. Len, chin to chin.
Heading to Wrigley Field, the Cubs suggest public transportation. They do offer a free bike check. That's now located by the Addison Red Line station. And if you drive, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Richard to Jeanette. Back base hit into center.
Jeanette led off the 6. A little base hit to left field. I believe he was first pitch swinging that time as well. Got a breaking ball down from Jason Hamill, flipped it into left for a base hit. Now he gets Richard to start the 8th. And Joe's going to make a double switch here, I believe.
Double switch. nobody out. Cahill and Javier Baez coming in. We'll sort it out when we return.
The new 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander has been completely redesigned with over 100 improvements. In fact, we changed so much that one spokesperson couldn't do it justice.
The Outlander's had some very impressive work done.
The front wiper de-icer melted.
The interior is exquisitely appointed. Quieter cabin.
The dramatically transformed 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander, the most advanced CUV we've ever made.
Come in now and get 0% APR for 72 months.
Now it's in the hands of the bullpen, and out comes Papa John.
It looks like he's taking this official pizza thing pretty seriously.
For just $6.99 each, get 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas.
Papa John's, the official pizza of Major League Baseball.
This year, my family didn't want to fight the crowds, so we went to Blue Harbor Resort. There was a huge indoor water park, plus there was the beach. Dad took us sailing on this cool boat, and we even had a bonfire. This is the best vacation ever.
This is the mountain, and this is mountain whiskey. Unspoiled, untamed, forever wild. There's no safety net, no way down. Up here, it's just man and the mountain and his tin cup. Tin Cup Whiskey. Mountain whiskey.
Bryant goes from third to left. Javi Baez comes in. Will bat in the 9th spot and play third. And it is also time for the Midas Tire and Auto Service call to the pen. Here's Trevor Cahill.
Trevor on for the 15th time. Worked the opener of this series on Tuesday was really good. 2 2/3 innings. Didn't allow any base runners. Struck out 3. Lowered that ERA to 3.06.
Net the runner at first. Carter was homered today and struck out twice and looks at a strike.
Jump on him with that 2-seam fastball, sinker, curveball, changeup for Cahill. Record for the Cubs. They do not come back and always tie this game. He'll lose for the first time this year.
He did not swing.
That's a good 2-strike pitch though. On the plate, but well down. Potential chase pitch and a possible ground ball double play. He's been around. He broke in with the A's as a starting pitcher in 2009. He was young. He's still just 28 years of age. 18-game winner with the A's in 2010.
These guys are former teammates. Chris Carter is on that team for 24 games, and Cahill strikes him out.
See, there's Carter again. 3 strikeouts and a home run today.
Go ahead 2-run homer for Neuenhuis in the 6th. Oh, and 1. Thornburg will get the ninth, it appears. He's up in their bullpen. Deep left. Bryant into the corner, and he makes a grab right up near the padding. Jeanette tags and heads to second. He's there with 2 outs.
Well, that's a heck of a read by Scooter Jeanette to tag up on that ball. There's no guarantee Bryant was going to be able to run this one down as it's slicing into that corner, and you see him a third of the way, scrambles back to tag, and I don't know if that ball gets down. I don't know if he would have been able to score. But he read it right.
Perez rolls foul past first. First blown save of the year for Jeffress last night. He's pitched a lot lately, as JD mentioned, so we'll try to stay away from him. That's a base hit. Jeanette around third. And he will score. So a big insurance run, courtesy Hernan Perez. It's 5-3 Milwaukee. That run will be charged to Clayton Richard.
That's a huge 2-out hit for the Brewers. With Jeffress not available, Thornburg will be asked to finish this one off for them, and now he's got a little breathing room.
And Jeanette with that big base running play as well, leading to that RBI hit. Outside on Flores. Takes off, and he'll get the bag without having to slide. Montero couldn't handle the pitch.
It's a good pitch, breaking ball down in the dirt.
Flores, Maldonado on deck, and the base open.
Call a lot of high strikes and even some high breaking balls higher than that one here today. The fact that Mickey tried to snatch that one may have actually worked against him. Jonathan LaCroix out on deck. If Maldonado can keep the inning alive.
Russell, Montero, Baez do in the Cubs' ninth, trailing by at least 2.
Joe Madden has said that if he were to need another starter, if somebody were to go down, Trevor Cahill would be the best option. You can see why. He's got a resume of a track record of success.
Both runners moving, and it's a double steal. Meantime, 2-2 on Maldonado. Full count.
Just missed from that changeup. I think to finish the front of Cahill, he's got the repertoire, right? Sinker, curveball, changeup, good against both right and left-handed hitters.
Done it before. Pitch. Almost foul. Another payoff delivery. Maldonado fouls at the plate. San Francisco for the weekend after this one. 3 in St. Louis. Cubs will be back home for a while. Another 3-2.
Quality pitch there.
They're loaded for Lucroy.
The day with the zone has been pretty big. Get back to the one that Zobrist got rung up on. I mean, that's not a horrible call. And I imagine had he been rung up, he would have had a little bit of an uprising from the Brewer dugout.
Joe was asking down or outside, and Larry Vanover sit down, and Joe did not agree. Seem to be backed up by our pitch tracks.
So that's from the dugout. You can't see in and out very well. You can see up and down.
Now Cahill has to get Lucroy with the bases loaded.
Down 2 going into the 9th. You got a puncher's chance, but if McCroy does some damage here, it's going to be awfully tough.
There's murdered right-handers this year to the tune of 371. He was hitting 150 against lefties. With the bases loaded. The Cubs pitching staff has been great in this spot. Going into today, they have held their opponents to 1 for 27 with the bases loaded. only hit was the grand slam in the Padres series. Is that Dickerson? Alex Dickerson.
Yeah, that sounds right.
2-1.
I had that conversation the other day about clutch hitting, whether it's a skill or not. Remember a couple of years ago, LaCroix, I think he led the league in batting average with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
This year he's hitting a .184 with runners in scoring position.
Two on him.
I guess the point being that it's not really a sustainable skill. You can have a good year in that department, but it really defines you as a great clutch hitter.
Yeah, if someone told you, I don't know, I haven't looked, Bryce Harper's hitting .230 with runners in scoring position, you still would want him up in that spot just because he's a really good hitter. If he had a bad stretch, it would not negate him.
You'd probably think that the fact that he's hitting .230 in that situation, he's probably due to start to come through. Because he's a better hitter than that.
Strikes him out to limit the damage. Cubs are down 2 with 3 outs left.
Cubs versus Brewers rivalry series is brought to you by Blue Harbor Resort. It's better at the Blue. Book now at BlueHarborResort.com.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I had a question about the Ace Rewards program.
I reminded Hunter he'll earn rewards points on everything he buys.
Ace is a place where anyone can save with an Ace Rewards card, even those with a PGA Tour card.
Around the house, around the course, Ace is here to help. Go online now for a chance to win a trip to a PGA Tour event, a caddy experience with Hunter Mahan, ping clubs, and $5,000 in Ace gift cards.
Honda knows that excitement comes in many forms. Like impressive acceleration when you're alone on the road, or the confidence of advanced technology that helps look out for you when you're not. It's why the CR-V has available collision mitigation braking system to help avoid crashes before they happen. Nothing compares to a Honda. The Honda CR-V, the best-selling SUV in America.
No thanks, I have X1 from Xfinity, so.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Xfinity lets you download your shows from anywhere. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
I used to like that song.
We are back. Monday night, we'll be in St. Louis. Former Cardinal Jason Hayward and the Cubs take on the Redbirds. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto on CSN Plus.
Trailing by 2, they will face the fill-in closer for today, and that is Tyler Thornburg. Going into the season, the plan was Jeremy Jeffress and left-hander Will Smith to share those duties, but Smith in spring training suffered a knee injury, so it had been Jeffress, but he's been too busy lately.
Thornburg, a capable alternative. 2/3 scoreless last night, had a strikeout. And a lot of swings and misses this year. Fastball curve and change for Thornburg.
If Milwaukee hangs on, I would imagine Craig Counsell will talk about LeBron, No Lucroy until the pinch hit at bat. No Santana. No closer available. You've got a starter who wasn't in the rotation to begin the year.
Yeah, it would be what a manager would consider a real quality win, to feel a little bit undermanned against a pitcher you've never beaten. Who had the third best ERA in the league coming into this start.
Played 2-1.
For guys who haven't done it a lot, ninth inning just has a different feel. Put a base runner or two on, put a little pressure on Thornburg, see how he responds.
Ball four. Tying run will come up.
I think that sequence proved to be very calming for the boys in the home dugout. Swung the bat well today. RBI single. And then a triple. Came around to score. And a wild pitch. It just doesn't look free and easy right now for Thornburg, does it? Like he's forcing it.
Major league saves for him.
Yeah, it's just his mannerisms. You can tell he's a little unnerved.
One save in the minors. It was in rookie ball, 2010. Well, you often have these conversations with baseball people about you need to have a ninth inning guy. And whenever you try to fight the idea that you need a closer, the answer is always those final 3 outs are different.
Yeah, I think you can train a guy to be. Look at what Genmar Gomez is doing for the Phillies this year. I think a lot of it is just a matter of being exposed to that role. So maybe there's some bumps along the way, but there's any number of guys, I think, in most major league bullpens that are capable of doing that job. But I don't dispute the fact that some guys just aren't cut out for it. But I think there are a lot more are capable of doing it than maybe people think.
Missed again, and Russell did not take an unnecessary risk as he didn't get a good read on that ball. 3-1.
Did that hit Larry Vanover?
It may have.
Yeah, it's a tough ball to read because it's not in the dirt. And Maldonado just whiffs on it, and it hits Vanover. You see that ball bouncing in front of home plate, but you see the catcher go down as if to block it. You can anticipate and go, but hard to read that one, and no sense gambling when you're down 2.
Ball 4.
No part of contact right now.
Derek Johnson, pitching coach.
Now there's some scurrying going on in the Brewers bullpen. Here comes Kyle Hendricks.
Which runner for Montero? Capuano. So Baez will bat for the first time today. Came in as part of a double switch. play third in the bottom of the 8th.
Nothing wrong with being aggressive here if you're Javi Baez, but boy, you got to make sure you get a strike. I was having a hard time settling in out there.
Might be a first for Kyle Hendricks. I don't recall him pinch running in the past. He represents the tying run. 2 on, no outs.
That's why I said nothing wrong with being aggressive in this situation. He might not get a better pitch to swing at.
Cubs came back down a run last night and down 2 today. It's 1-1. Pitch. 1-2.
It's a little premeditated there. With that front side leak. The line drive base hit will work.
Cubs 1-9 and trailing entering the 9th. The one win was last night. Swing and miss. Strike 3.
Good sharp curveball that Thornburg possesses.
Warren and Wood. In case we get to the bottom of the 9th. Fowler led off the game with a home run on the 2nd pitch. Cubs led 2-0 early. Trail here 5-3 late. A hefty home run. 15th career leadoff blast.
Starting to get his bearings out there. No doubles in the outfield, extremely deep, especially to right on the pull side.
Guerra, Blazek, Thornburg. Milwaukee, Hamill, Grimm, Richard, Cahill for the Cubs. Starters, the pitchers of record. This has been a north-south sequence so far in terms of the pitch locations. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jason Hayward on deck.
They've gone 23-4 in the last 27 road games dating back to mid-September last season. good in gray. To respect that curveball. Hard to get out in front of 94.
Another 2-2. It's full.
So if you're selling out on fastball there, you flail at that curveball. But Fowler with a good patient approach.
Two to Fowler. Another foul. This will be pitch number 9 from Thornburg to Fowler. Deep drive out of the right center. And caught right up against the wall. Fowler just missed his second of the day. And the Cubs are down to their final out. First and third for Hayward.
Oh, he was able to get on top of that high fastball, and I thought for a minute that he got enough. He just didn't quite get all of it.
Flores with the grab on the warning track. On the play, Russell tagged. But the key guys at first, that's Hendricks. As the tying run. That was a very loud second out. Hayward 0 for 4. Strike one.
A lot of hard stuff in. An auto call for that fastball. And it drifted back over the plate a little bit. Good start for Thornburg.
Ninth inning for Thornburg. He walked the first 2. He's already made 26 pitches. Putting in with the closer Jeffress. Two and one.
The other move Jason does is he gets set, he pulls his hands in close to his body. They've been trying to work with him to get the hands, get a little separation, get the hands out away from the body a little bit. It's just tough to. You can work in the cage, you can work in BP, but in game situations, you tend to fall back on old habits.
Play for Maldonado.
That extra move is, just takes a little extra time for him, and he's having a hard time getting the fastball. This is changeup here. Actually out in front of this one a little bit.
fans on their feet. Cubs fans well represented this week. Two balls, two strikes. Here's the pitch. Not sure if that's where Thornburg wanted it, but he got away with it. Pitch, swing and a miss, and the Brewers take 2 out of 3. Thornburg, a 30-pitch ninth inning, but he gets the save, the first of his major league career.
Got some big strikeouts late. The strikeout of Soler in the 8th inning was huge by Blazek, and then Thornburg able to right the ship. He looked awfully shaky to start this inning with back-to-back walks. And he gets 3 in a row to finish it off.
So it's off to San Francisco. The Cubs still with the best record in baseball up to 28-11. And the Brewers will head to New York. Toast of the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Junior Guerra was very good.
Yeah, our first look at the journeyman right-hander, 31 years of age, making just his 4th big league start. He struck out 11 today, a combination of good heater and real good split finger pitch. And that going on all afternoon long. Mr. Fowler jumped him, first batter of the game, took him deep, and he was not overly impressed by that and settled in and pitched a solid ball game.
So he improves to 3-0. Jason Hamill, his first loss is 5-1. We're back with you on CSN Plus, 6:30 for our pregame coverage on Monday night. Cubs and Cardinals. For JD and our entire crew here in Milwaukee, Len Casper with your final score. The Brewers 5, the Cubs 3. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live is next.
That's his 15 seconds on TV.
Well, tough day for the boys in blue. They dropped 2 of 3 to the Milwaukee Brewers. Cap and Holly with you. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live starts now. Not a good day again for the offense. They just can't get that thing cranked up again.
Well, they're struggling with breaking pitches right now. You saw it, and again, collective, what the Brewers did. You saw it from Guerra, went at him with the splitter. You did see the fastball mixed in, but low in the zone, so there couldn't have been too much damage done against him. But you really saw the approach, factored in the curveball. You saw it from their bullpen. First pitch curveballs kind of working backwards. Cubs hitters struggling with that right now.
All right, we will have the highlights for you, tell you how this one jumped the tracks. Cubs lose to the Brewers right here at Comcast Sportsnet. We will be right back.
With my moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, the possibility of a flare was almost always on my mind.
Thinking about what to avoid, where to go, and how to deal with my UC.
To me, that was normal until I talked to my doctor. She told me that Humira helps people like me get UC under control and keep it under control when certain medications haven't worked well enough.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Raise your expectations. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, control is possible.
Hi. I need something that can keep up with all my adventures.
Well, the RAV4 has available Sport Tune suspension.
I like the sound of that.
And great handling, so it can do just about anything.
Thanks, Jan. This is exactly what I'm looking for.
I know.
Do you?
Yep.
For a limited time, lease a new 2016 RAV4 with 0 due at signing, 0 deposit, 0 down, and 0 first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 60 months on RAV4.
Here are your keys.
Thanks.
See you out there.
Sweet.
Toyota, let's go places.
We are here at Benny's Beverage Depot. And Joe, let's talk about some of the humorous things in baseball. Not that it's humorous to have arguments between managers and umpires, but I remember there was a game last year where you said you were arguing with an umpire, and he said something like, I may be bad, but at least I'm honest. You almost busted out laughing.
I did. I mean, I have to leave at that point. He says, I might be bad, but I'm not doing it on purpose, something to that effect. I thought that was great.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. This is Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Pitch, swing and miss, and the Brewers take 2 out of 3. Thornburg, a 30-pitch ninth inning, but he gets the save, the first of his major league career.
Well, there's the save. Final out. Jason Hayward strikes out. 5-8-0. A lot better than 3-6-1. Cubs still have baseball's best record, though, at 28-11. It's Guerra 3-0 over Hamill, 5-1. And Thornburg picks up his first save. Welcome into Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. He's Todd Hollandsworth, the 96 National League Rookie of the Year. I'm David Kaplan. Guerra was adding and subtracting, and he's a power guy, but as you pointed out earlier in the newsroom, he was able to use all his pitches.
Well, and that's what he wanted to do. And I mean, again, we've seen and witnessed the script in this series so far, what the Brewers pitching wanted to do against Cubs hitting. And even go all the way back to Dexter Fowler's home run at the beginning of the ball game, 2 fastballs. It's like it gets your attention right off the bat. Fastball for a ball, fastball for a strike. Fowler takes you deep, and it just forces you into that, all right, let's get to the secondary stuff. 36 split-finger fastballs in this game to go along with the sliders and the curveballs. It really did. Now, he did use his fastball, but he used it effectively, and we call it pitching backwards in the game of baseball. And you watched all series long this Brew Crew team go at the Cubs this way. Lots of big breaking balls, lots of fastballs off the corners, but curveballs for strikes.
All right, let's go through the highlights of this ball game. Cubs get off to a really good start. Holly's key performer leaves the building in the first at bat of the game. Dexter Fowler has liftoff, solo jack to right, 4th of the year. 1-0 Cubs.
Yeah, nice swing of the bat right there. Gets a fastball out over the plate. And again, that's the kind of the privilege you get of leading off. You know you're going to get a few more fastballs probably in that spot. Does right there and is ready to pounce. Gets a good swing, puts good wood on it, and gets it out. Listen, when the roof is open in Milwaukee, we know that the ball will be flying.
All right, top of the second, Cubs add on. Miguel Montero signals to left. Jorge Soler would let off the inning with a double. Come on down. He scores. It's 2-0. Good to see a couple guys who've been struggling come through.
Absolutely. Soler, big double right there, kind of played off of last night. I felt like the big pinch hit that he came up with last night led to the opportunity to play today. Comes up with a big double right there. Montero, great piece of hitting. Going the other way. Think back to last year, all the success Montero had. Much of it was to left field. Good piece of hitting.
All right, bottom of the 4th inning. Jason Hamill makes a mistake, and Chris Carter makes him pay. That ball crushed. Solo shot to straightaway center field. All of a sudden, we've got ourselves a 2-2 ball game.
Hanging slider. Don't want to make a mistake out over the plate. We talked about this in the pregame show, what Chris Carter can do to you. He strikes out a lot. He'll take his walks, and he's got as much power as just about anybody in the National League. If you make a mistake, he'll make you pay.
All right, still 2-2 in the 6th inning. Man on for Kirk Neuenhuis, and he gets all of a Jason Hamill offering. Shot off the facade in right center field. That's his 2nd home run of the season, and all of a sudden, 4-2 Brewers.
Yeah, interesting. First pitch curveball there, and you see that in the middle innings there, the shadows really started to play into what I thought the hitters might be struggling with, is picking up the baseball right there, but that shadow really kind of just got past the mound. He jumped all over a first pitch curveball and changed the course of the game right there. 4-2 Brewers.
All right, it was 4-3 Brewers, top 8 with 2 outs. Rizzo walks, and Ben Zobrist was going to come to the plate. And he takes one the other way. Nice piece of hitting.
Oh, slashes one down the left field line. Great piece of hitting. Again, when we talk about Ben Zobrist and the great start that he's had this year and the great hot streak that he's been on, using the entire field. Fastball away, goes away. Fastball in, he'll pull it, but he will burn you if you pitch him outside too much.
Go-ahead run stands out there on the bases, but Soler, up in the count 3-0, strikes out to end the inning. Bottom of the 8th, Brewers get an insurance run. Hernan Perez singles up the middle. Scooter Gennett, who led off with a single, moves to second on a fly out to left, scores, and it's a 5-3 game.
Good piece of hitting. Takes a pitch out over the plate and drives it right back through the middle. It's that insurance run. I'm telling you, in that Brewers dugout, you hear a sigh of relief. Okay, it's not a one-run ball game anymore. We got a little buffer there, so that was a huge, huge run.
All right, Cubs ninth. Addison Russell walks to lead off the inning. Cubs in business. Miguel Montero is the next hitter. He walks. Tying run on base. Javier Baez comes up, swings at one way outside, and eventually goes down on strikes. Then Dexter Fowler will be the next hitter, and at one point we thought he got it. Looked like he might have hit his second home run of the day. Called in right in front of the wall. He just misses. Russell takes third on the play, and then Jason Hayward would end the ballgame, striking out, swinging on a fastball.
Yeah, well, Thornburg, 30 pitches there in the 9th inning, but did his job. Mixed the curveball in. I mean, you talk about it. We've talked about it an awful lot. Javi Baez, sometimes expanding that strike zone. You saw that it was probably key at bat there in the 9th inning. Showed the willingness to go after pitches outside the zone, and it kind of set up the situation. Didn't move the runners over. He ended up striking out right there. Fowler puts together a heck of an at-bat. Gets a long drive to right field, but it's just not enough. It's that tweener out, and then you're putting it into a position where Jason Hayward has to come through. Anything other
or the game ends.
Right, or the game ends, and unfortunately goes down to strikes.
All right, time for our Elk Grove pitching recap. Let's take a look at Jason Hamill today against Javi Guerra. And Junior Guerra actually pitched a really good ballgame. 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned. He punches out 11 and walks just 3. Did give up the Fowler homer. Hamill was good, not elite today.
Well, a couple of long balls is what did Jason Hamill in today at this ballpark. A lot of success. He's been off to a great start this year, but you think of the 2 hanging sliders, the 2 hanging breaking pitches out over the plate, and the ballpark that you're playing in that you're going to ultimately pay. And to the guys that he did it to. Now, Neuenhuis isn't a huge home run guy, but again, I thought that was just a matter of opportunity and picking up a hanging slider. For Carter, you can't make mistakes out over the plate with off-speed pitches. He will wear you out. You saw the approach really all series long against him, which is to get those breaking pitches off the plate. He will chase. So that was absolutely a mistake. This right here is just the Neuheisel, the Neuheis homer was opportunity. I really just thought he went up there thinking, all right, if I get something out over the plate now, I'm going to come out of my shoes and swing here early in the count, and he did. Got a hanging slider and drove it out to right.
Let me ask you again about Guerra, because coming into the game, his rep is he's a power guy. Sure. But boy, oh boy, did he use the off-speed stuff effectively.
Well, I mean, you're going to pitch to patterns. Listen, I mean, this Cubs offense, as good as it's been this year, we've talked about their willingness not to expand the strike zone. When you got a split-finger fastball and you can throw it out over the plate, we call it the go zone, and get it down to the bottom of the zone. You saw it right there on Montero. And he threw it effectively all game long. Look at the swing and misses. I mean, there's a reason he dialed up 11 strikeouts. Now, by pitching backwards, the 92 looks like 95 to hitters. Then you factor in the shadows. Things got a little complicated for Cubs, but they really had a hard time dealing with the split-finger fastball. As I said, 36 of them in this ballgame. The Cubs did not come up with a hit against that split-finger fastball. So mixed his pitches well. Probably would normally throw a few more fastballs, say, against a different team. But against this Cubs team right now that in this series showed they will chase breaking pitches outside the strike zone. Did just that today.
All right, let's look at starting pitchers versus the Cubs the last 4 games. Look at the numbers. 8 2/3, 7 1/3, and 7. All elite numbers in terms of how many innings guys were hanging around.
Other than the Garrett Cole start, which is a little different. I mean, he's a fastball lead guy, always has been, and did throw a few sliders. But again, I'd still say he threw mostly fastballs in that start. The Cole start, the 3, the Anderson, Nelson, and Garrett start. I don't want to say that it was a change in game plan, but you saw big breaking balls. Go back to the Anderson start. How many changeups did he throw? How many big curveballs did you see? So that's kind of really what I'm picking up right now on this offense, is that they're struggling with secondary pitches. They're getting behind in the count, and then they might even be a little late on the fastball because their eyes are used to the off-speed pitches.
All right, let's hear from Cubs manager Joe Madden after the ballgame, brought to you by Xfinity.
Yeah, I just once again love the fact that we played at the end of the game all the time. We had opportunities at the end. The Brewers pitched really well against us. Their guy today Guerra pitched really, really well. I mean, they had a bunch of punch-outs. We haven't been swinging and missing like that in a bit, so you got to give them credit. He had a really good splitter going on. Their guy did, and they just beat us. We had opportunities, but we could not cash in.
What about Jason's performance today? I mean, he's been so consistent.
Not bad. I mean, just a home run. Obviously, the Neuenhuis, that's what put them on top. You know, overall, they didn't beat him up. The home run was the big play. I know I'd like to have that pitch back.
Joe, is that kind of the theme of the whole series, really? The Brewers pitching? I mean, just better, I think, maybe than expected.
They pitched well. They really did. The very close games, they never gave in to us. We had good at-bats. I thought the first two nights, our at-bats were greater than the runs scored. But tonight it was today they got us. They outpitched us today. And again, give them credit. They're playing really well. They're playing great defense. Again, they've hurt us on defense and they hurt us on the mound.
The only series you've lost this year have been to teams with losing records, and you've dominated teams with winning records. Is that just a variance, or is that something, do they get up for the better teams?
Well, you know, that's something that we've talked about in the past, and I don't want to say that Milwaukee's not a better team because they've been playing well, but that's always been a concern of mine, is that when you get into moments like this, that you don't have that same mental edge going on, and Padres got us, the Rockies got us, and now these guys got us, and that's something that has to go away. But again, at this particular juncture of the season, it's still early. Give the Brewers credit.
On the other hand, you've got a team coming up now that's won 7 games in a row, so shouldn't be any problem getting up for this.
No, it's nice going out to the West Coast. Spent a lot of time out there. All-night game, so it makes it difficult to go out at night, but it's going to be fun. It's a great ballpark. I really like walking around out there, too. I used to play in Salinas for 2 summers, and I love that, the Bay Area.
When a team is as hot as the Giants, does that something that your team kind of responds to?
I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, it's, you know, the Giants have a really nice team, and they're very left-handed dominant hitting-wise, and so that's something that we have to look into. We got Jake, who normally is very good against left-handed hitters, and then you got Johnny, who's good against left-handed hitters. So just go out and play, man. I mean, we'll be ready, and I know they'll be ready also. Last year we got them at our place in August, so I'm certain that they're going to be ready for us.
Joe. All right, there you go. That's Cubs manager Joe Madden. Time for a break on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Whole lot more. Holly and I'll be right back.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Make sure he's in bed by 8.
Sometimes I get scared.
Scared of what, Danny?
The things I can't see.
Got a weird feeling. Almost forgot. In case anything happens.
Dad, I got this.
We built this thingy. We built this thingy on tech that's old. We built this thingy. But we built.
Yeah, Xfinity built this newer thingy that lets me search with my voice.
We're good. Don't fall for DirecTV. Find shows faster with the X1 voice remote, only from Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
Thanks for testing our new car service today.
Of course.
Our service is a little bit different.
Okay.
We charge by the amount of gas consumed. Since we traveled 5.1 miles and this car offers an EPA estimated 37 miles per gallon highway, your total is 31 cents.
What?
22 cents.
I can pay you cash.
The all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT.
Qualified lessees can get this impressive all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT for around $199 a month.
This is more than golf. This is access to the PGA Tour like never before. The AT&T Byron Nelson Experience from DirecTV. Watch up to 4 screens of expanded coverage on one channel with live championship action from the most challenging holes, plus interactive leaderboards and scorecards. Don't just watch the PGA Tour, experience it. The AT&T Byron Nelson Experience begins May 21st, starting on Channel 710.
Why jump out of a perfectly good airplane? Why not? Chicagoland Skydiving Center was voted the best in the U.S. with a perfect safety record, a one-of-a-kind environment, and round-trip shuttle service from downtown Chicago. Come experience the greatest adventure in the area. Chicagoland Skydiving Center in Rochelle. Visit us at perfectlygoodairplane.com.
Time now for our Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing. Who's hot and who's not, according to our producer, Jeff Nelson. From the Cubs' next opponent, the Giants at home this season. Who's hot? How about Matt Duffy? Killing it. 346, 10 runs scored, and 4 knocked in. Who's not at AT&T Park? Brandon Crawford. Brutal. 233, 20 Ks in 73 at-bats. That's awful. All right, UPS Store taking care of business. Player of the game. We'll go with Kirk Neuenhuis. 2 for 4. Scored a couple. He's got 2 RBIs. He got the big home run. He was the guy who really dominated, broke the game open.
Well, the 2-run homer certainly did. Nice approach by him as a hitter in the series. Saw him slash a couple balls the other way, and you got the breaking pitch right there and kind of changed the course of this game. Got the Brewers back on top. Remember, the Cubs were clinging to early leads in this one, although they weren't adding on offensively, but that home run got the Brewers out in front, and they were the ones able to add on. So, nice ball game. Again, had a couple big hits for him.
Right, time for the Honda winning box score. And, wow, this is unfortunate for the second straight night to say, or second straight Comcast game, right, to say this one belongs to the Milwaukee Brewers. There's VR. He was 1 for 4. Presley, a 1 for 4. Couple knocks for Scooter Gennett. Big home run for Chris Carter. And Kirk Neuenhuis had the 2 hits.
Well, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Cappy. I feel like we're telling the same story again. We did this just a couple days ago. The middle of that lineup, Gennett. Now, Braun, we didn't see any Braun the last couple days. He didn't have that Cubs impact, but you saw Gennett, Carter. Everybody did something, and it lined up leading into the Carter home run. Gennett setting the table last couple of bats, ends up scoring a couple runs. It really is setting the table. If you're not going to go out there and get yourself 10 hits, 12 hits in a ball game, or walk 4 or 5 times, like we've seen the Cubs do many, many times, that constant assault, you've got to be able to string some of this together. And the Brewers, even in a game that really favored the Cubs, were able to get up some production from their 3 through 6 hitters.
All right, we look at that lineup for the Chicago Cubs. Not a whole lot of productivity there. Fowler, the leadoff home run. That's all he did. Zobrist, a 1 for 3 with a walk and the double. Soler had the double, came around to score, a 1 for 4. 2 hits for Miggy Montero, and Hamill actually had a knock.
Yeah, he did. Ben Zobrist continues to put out pretty good at-bats, did have the walk. Listen, to a man, I think they really did struggle with Garrett today, especially the mix of pitches that he threw out there. Nobody really stands out with an outstanding game, although it was good to see Montero, I think in particular, have a good game at the bottom of the lineup because he had been struggling.
All right, let's take a look at a board. Last year, Anthony Rizzo at Miller Park versus this series. He's an 0 for 9. He did not have a good series in Milwaukee. But you look at what he did last year, he was a killer out there.
Well, sometimes you go in with expectations, and maybe it's just that. Anthony Rizzo knows that. You wouldn't even have to mention those numbers to him. He knows that he had great at-bats, great games in Milwaukee last year. And, with the day off, you kind of go in there with the anticipation. I used to think this way all the time, and many of us do. Like, I hit well here. I'm going there. Good things are going to happen. Give credit where credit is due. The Brewers attacked him a little bit differently. A lot of action down in the zone, a lot of off-speed pitches. What fastballs he did see were off the plate. So again, and even in the middle of some of those middle at-bats, you saw an aggressiveness from Anthony Rizzo that we haven't quite seen as much. Maybe some frustration playing out, some really early swinging. That, to me, really does explain that frustration that starts to happen when a team's not scoring runs or maybe you're struggling a little bit. You start to try to jump on pitches. And, I think back to last night, the ground ball double play in the ball game, first pitch fastball right away. That was an over-aggressive Anthony Rizzo right there, which kind of speaks to some of the frustration.
And you also have, looking at that Cub lineup today, just doesn't seem like anybody other than Zobrist had been red hot. Right. There's just nobody that you go, boy, that guy's cooking.
Well, you're stringing it together, right? I mean, even the Fowler home run, which is a good point by you. I mean, he, 0 for the rest of the game. Now, Dexter did have good at-bats in the ball game, but home runs are isolated. And if you go into Milwaukee, interestingly enough, I kind of was looking at the numbers from last year. The Cubs did not hit particularly well in Milwaukee outside of the power. Now, they hit 12 homers as a team up there, and half of that was Anthony Rizzo, but the power played. And sometimes you go into these situations, into these series with the expectations that you're going to do it once again. Let's remember, we had 3 homers in the series, all solo.
Yeah, nobody had that big break-a-game open.
Yeah, it didn't happen, yeah.
All right, Jason Hamill is meeting with the media. Let's take a listen.
Home runs that, hanging sliders. Hanging sliders leave the yard. That's about it. I mean, they pitched the ball pretty well. It was a well-played series. I mean, they pitched pretty well against us. Obviously, 3 tight ball games. So.
The fact that your team always seems to be that one more hit away, always pushing the envelope and, never giving up, it has to boost all you guys every game.
Oh, yeah, we're never out of it, especially if we keep it close. 2 runs is something we feel we can get. 1 run for sure. We had our chances, and, for whatever reason, I just couldn't bury sliders on those pitches and, put us behind, and it's hard to fight from behind. You have to continue to push forward, and it's disappointing, obviously, to come here and lose 2 or 3, but move on to the next game tomorrow.
I know your expectations, your teammates' expectations are high, but some of this unrealistic of what maybe people are looking for you guys to do because you started so hot here.
I mean, you can't win all of them. I know that. I've won and lost plenty of games, so it's not really something I'm looking at. Obviously, wanted a better outcome today, but I felt like I threw the ball pretty well. It just ended up being the 2 home run balls that leave the park, and those are the ones that mattered.
On the other side, Jason, did you feel like their guy got stronger as the day went along, from what you were saying?
Yeah, Garrett was good. Mixed trees really well towards the end of the game. His outing, he started using his split more, and he's got a good one. So obviously, hats off to him. He threw a great ball game, and it's our lineup's tough to beat like that. So obviously, we were looking for better results, but we played 3 well-played games here, and they played well.
Jason, it may just be a strange set of numbers, but the only 3 series you've lost this year have been to teams with losing records. You've dominated the better teams in the league. Does this team seem to tend to just really get up for the best teams when you play?
I honestly think we get up for every game. We got beat. We're obviously not going to fall into the trap of taking lighter or later approach or getting lazy with the teams that don't have winning records, because any team can win any night. So we know that. It's I don't know, just baffled. Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks. All right, we'll take another timeout. We'll be right back. It's Cubs post-game live with Cap and Holly, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Honda knows just because you're looking for a utility vehicle doesn't mean you're looking for adventure. But sometimes, adventure finds you. That's why these vehicles have available all-wheel drive to help you tackle the road outside, with interiors to keep you comfortable inside. It's more than just utility. It's modern utility. Nothing compares to a Honda. KBB.com's best value brand.
For small business owners, there's never enough time in the day. Carly goes from cooking for 3 people to catering for 300. Basically, we're her back office. Whether it's having flyers available at her venues, banners, posters, we'll be here to help tell her story. And she knows that. Carly knows that.
From printing to packing, shipping to marketing, together, there's nothing we can't solve. Go to a UPS store today to see how.
Today's the day. Oh, look, creepy gloves for my feet. When I was a kid, there was a handle and a face. This is nice. And does it come in a California King? Getting a roid rage. Hemorrhoid. These are the worst, right? I'm gonna buy them. Boom. I'll take them. Impulse buy.
Presenting the American Express Blue Cash Everyday Card with cashback on purchases.
It's all happening.
And no annual fee.
There we go.
Cashback on purchases, backed by the service and security of American Express.
Paint? No, this isn't just paint. This is the most advanced one-coat coverage. Made with molecules that bond stronger, bond tighter, and bond tougher in one coat for beauty that starts and stays that way. Because this isn't just paint. This is Paramount. New and exclusively at Menards.
lets you stand out from the herd. What's inside sets you apart. The 2016 Cadillac Escalade. Get this low mileage lease on this 2016 Escalade from around